Are we back? Are we still back? Well, the music isn't even playing. There we go. Are we back now? Okay. Presumably, we should be fine. That was a weird little pickup there, though. Welcome back. I'm Winter Chroma. Right. Two. Fair. That's fair. Okay. Wasn't the contract signed when accepting work at Nick Donald's? Okay. Ow. Okay, here was the thing. I was gonna go and grab lunch right after. Right before that happened, we have a big Nick. That is... It's true. I'm gonna go grab lunch. Quick, and we watch a lovely Big Mac and chicken McNuggets. Right back. Alright. Let's go. It's time to in you. What was the ad break? Oh, ad break was should have been. Did it do it again? Did it do it again? It might have done it again. Oh, it did it again, huh? I want to let me... There we go. Need to pin it manually. There's that. It's time to... Put this on screen. From Bite to Reborn. Interventional Adventures of Gagagigo. So all credit goes to Golden Nova. With any of his lore videos, take everything in here with just like the slightest bit of salt. But this will be a very, very fun way to pass the time before we get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! So let us begin.
The story of Gagagigo is one that stretches back all the way to their youth, before they even started listening to
all the way back in 2004.
Gigabite is a level 1 water reptile normal monster with 300.
He has a tranquil soul, but it carries a destiny.
But carries a destiny that one day his heart shall be tainted by evil. Pretty grim prophecy, but for now, he's the image of a rambunctious youth looking to make their mark on the world. Official Master Guide resources tell us that Gigabite's parents were very proud of him and expected many great things of him in his
This kid will surely be a big shot someday.
Simply by living a carefree life, enjoying his free time as he saw fit from dusk to dawn, even getting into a few scrapes from time to time. He's described as a bit too naughty and spoiled, which I feel like is a lead-in to the darkness taking hold of his heart, but hot take here, I think kids should be allowed to be a little naughty and spoiled. They haven't reached a level of emotional maturity to
every day until it was dark and get home covered in cuts.
Aside, let's get into the cards that make up this reptile's youth. First up, we have a few cards that show off Gigabite's school pals, who were drafted into a play for their arts festival, and despite not getting the lead role, our little guy's gonna do their best to stand out.
Law of the Normal
is a normal spell card that you can only activate while there are 5 phase-up level 2 or lower normal monsters on your side of the field. Both players discard all cards in their hands and destroy all cards on the field, except level 2 or lower normal monsters. So hey, there's a payoff for sticking a bunch of ineffectual gremlins into your deck, ain't that something? But yeah, in most use cases, this card is just completely unusable. No deck in existence, save for one, has ever had the infrastructure to field that many bad monsters, so unless you have a very specific cube setup to encourage this, you aren't seeing a resolution of Gigabite and friends anytime soon. Unless you're playing it in Duel Avatar, a deck whose primary power spell summons 5 level 2 tokens. Now, it normally fusion summons those tokens together into actual threats, but if you forego that and just keep the tokens around, then yeah, you can hand rip and board wipe your opponent. So long as your graveyard cards from that point can keep you in the game, that's going to put you in. But those are some pretty nasty hoops to jump through, not least of which is being forced to run Duel Avatar. Ugh. The Return to the Normal is a normal trap card that you can activate when exactly one monster is normal or special summoned face up, except during the damage step, and it destroys all monsters on the field with less attack than that monster. That means it has nothing to do with normal monsters, so the flavor is pretty much out the window here. This is a funny card to have if you play a deck with really big monsters in it, especially if you don't like summoning backup dancers to help them out. After all, this does hit every other monster on the field, including the controllers. But you're a smart cookie, I'm sure you'll get the sequencing right. The funny thing to do is trigger it on your opponent's summon, because it doesn't take to see who summoned the monster. So if they land a big boss alongside their minions, you can clear out the riffraff if you so choose. And threading the needle is also an option. If you can summon a monster weaker than your other ones while still being bigger than your opponent's lineup, that's just pure value. But if you're that focused on optimal number placement, I think you'd be better served by playing Excel spreadsheets than Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
So now that I say it out loud, spreadsheets and Yu-Gi-Oh! Have a very torrid history, so
I mean, they're
than I thought.
one and the same for some decks.
Trap card that special summons level 4 or lower monsters from your your hand up to the number of monsters your opponent controls. Once again, you don't have to summon normal monsters with this, so I wonder why the normals are being brought in at all. Now, as someone who advocates...
I'm assuming it is all...
in that deck, I think effects like this can be viable, but it needs to be in the right context. Madolches love recycling their cards back into their hand. They're primed to summon a bunch from the hand. Your deck probably doesn't have the level 4 roster or the infrastructure needed to ensure this happens consistently. And that's not even bringing in the endangerment of the whole thing. You can only summon in accordance with the amount of monsters your opponent has on the field. And if you think throwing a bunch of canonical children at a bunch of battle-hardened monsters is a good thing to be doing with your time, then you're not going to be having that deck for very long. Now, we can see that through all these previous cards. There's a bit of a through line. The budding theater troupe...
Then immediately lower the normal, yeah.
Getting out of line, and then try to take revenge, and eventually succeed in that with the Toil of the Normal, a normal trap card that applies a number of effects in
where they win
based on the number of normal monsters in your grave with different names, skipping over any that don't apply. With 1 or more, this turn, normal monsters you control gain 800 attack. With 2 or more, negate the effects of an effect monster on the field until the end of the turn. With 3 or more, this turn, normal monsters can't be destroyed by card effects. With 4 or more, shuffle an effect monster on the field into the deck. And with 5 or more, add a copy of the Toil of the Normal from your deck to your hand. Finally, we're back to having a of the normal card that requires normal monsters to function. And honestly, it's a little bananas. An 800 point boost for each normal monster is a pretty significant uptick, and with the very reasonable amount of 2 normals, should your deck involve them, adding a monster negate on top of that is pretty spiffy. And if you're going to go all in on the card, well, Red Mage might need to give this card a once-over for any Magic Key synergies. Now, who am I kidding? Red Mage has probably already written a dissertation on all possible utilities here. The important thing, for our purposes, is that the normal monsters won! We can see the shadowy figure that Hani was standing on top of is one of the trio from Revenge of the Normal, showing that their mission for revengeance was successful, with Gigobite giving us a sick congratulatory thumbs up for a battle well won. I'm also coming to the realization only now that Petite Dragon is part of this group, which also ends up being a familiar for the Charmers later on. So,
yeah. Which is a funny little coincidence.
Triangle Power is a normal spell card
Hello.
that increases the original attack.
How much of
all
it's a
face-up
coincidence? Who
monsters
knows?
on your side of the field, except tokens, by 2,000 until the end phase. But it also destroys all level 1 normal monsters on your field during the end phase. This is a strange card in the timeline of Gigabite, largely because of how much it makes all the sense and none of the sense. Like, it shows a path between the young Gigabite and the eventual Gagagigo, but the boost doesn't make the young version match up to the older one, and it kind of implies that Gigabite explodes afterwards, so the impact of the spell can't really be seen as canon if we want this in the timeline. Mechanically, at present, this encompasses 28 targets in the TCG, and unsurprisingly, their stats are bad. The best you can hope for is using it with Volcanic Rat or Shadow Spectre, which are both a sturdy 500 base attack, which will temporarily turn them into threats that'll make Dark Magician wondering if they're the ultimate wizard. Interestingly enough, it also adds to the monster's original attack. Now, largely that doesn't mean anything, but this does lead to some funny interactions. Monsters affected by Triangle Power won't be destroyed by Overwork, which checks to see if a monster has a higher attack than their original. Castle Gate can also do some massive burn damage that it otherwise wouldn't be able to due to the level limit, and the drawback of losing your monster at the end of the turn can be circumvented by attributing all the affected monsters for the summon of legendary Maju Garzette. Ironically, with cards like Tri-White, this works way better in decks like Skull Servant than anything Gigabite focused, which feels very strange. And not just because Gigabite is on the art, but because I didn't take the Gigabite line for being such squares. This brings us to the end of the Gigabite saga, but we actually have a very interesting series of cards that actually help bridge the gap from here to the teenage years. And that's all thanks to Aria, the Water Charmer. Now, I won't
with
be
her
going over
familiar
Aria's
of Gigabite.
largely because we already have a Charmer video on the channel. But the important thing to note is that her familiar of choice is Gigabite. On her Charmer, Channeler, and Raging cards, you can see our little reptile posing alongside his partner, but on her familiar Possessed art, we see Gagagigo, or at least one of the 2 earlier variations of that monster. The first one is likely Awakening of the Possessed Gagigobite, likely showing the point where Gigabite evolves, as well as Gigabite, a great piece of extension for any spellcaster deck that likes level 4 monsters. Looking at you, Performages! Gigabite also shows up in other support cards for the Charmers, including Unpossessed and Possessed Partnerships. Once again, we won't be going over these cards mechanically, as the Charmer video does a good job of breaking down all that, but it's notable that we get to see Gigabite transform from a little bratty baby into a powerful young gator creature. And this could inform a lot of their character moving forward. Gigabite must have formed quite a bond with Aria as her familiar, connecting in ways both mundane and magical. But eventually, we see Gigabite being phased out as the familiar, being replaced by this blue fish creature. We haven't gotten an explanation for the separation, so we don't know if the 2 had a falling out, or if Gigabite was taken by a stint of wanderlust and began adventuring alone. But we do have a clue, as the Master Guide 1 text states that, as Gagagigo, he gets into one fight after another, looking for a certain person due to the agonies of love. So he may have been chasing after someone. But I'd hazard a guess and say that no matter how the two separated, this could understandably leave an emptiness in Gigabyte's heart, a connection severed, a friend they can no longer lean on in times of trouble. Connection is going to be a very important theme coming up in the future sections, and the root of much of that can be found here. And, as I'm obligated to remind everyone, because Gigabyte was a familiar of the Charmers, and Wyn is Winda's sister, the entire Gagagigo line and everything that comes after is dual terminal canon. Keep an eye out for Gagagigo the Risen to team up with the Gem Knights in the near future. With this,
presumably. Actually, a Gagagigo of the Risen retrain would not be that bad.
Water reptile monster with 1850 attack and 1000 defense. This young evildoer used to have an evil heart, but by meeting a special person, he discovered justice. That's right, our spoiled little brat learned how to become a hero! But not that kind. But to fully grasp how that came to pass, let's go through the events that brought them to this point. First up, we've got Stumbling, a continuous spell card that makes it so every monster that's normal, flip, or special summoned is changed to defense position. So if you wanted to slow the pace of the game down a bit, this would be a great way to do that. There's not a lot of context clues in the card as to how this
Gagagigo the
but we can look back to the
water spirit indeed.
What we have is Gagagigo, doubled over, lamenting the fact that the girl he was chasing didn't read the letter he had spent all night writing, and he never saw her again. Absolutely devastating. Though, seeing that the place you had this breakdown is in the boneyard, I have to wonder, was that there before you had your crash out, or did you just polish off one of the world's biggest bone-in buffet meals? Because if so, I guess that explains why one of the skulls is trying to take a chomp back at you. Next up, we have Icebond, a continuous trap card that triggers every time any number of non-water monsters are normal or special summoned, while you control a water monster.
Ozaki modified him for into Gagagigo.
Gagagigo. Looks like they learned their lesson from that experience, while the Goblin attack
How dare he?
trying to figure out how ice skates work. Fun card to add
He
water
got
stun,
his
though
justice in the end.
has at its disposal. I don't think a one-turn delay on the monster attacking is that relevant. This is pretty interesting from a timeline perspective because it's hard to pinpoint. I don't think it comes directly after Stumbling, but since this card and that card are both ambiguous, I wanted to cover them here before we handled some more concrete details. The best thing we can tell from all this is that Gagagigo had a brief stint where he was watching his fashion sense and got a killer winter jacket, which sadly never comes up again. This does, however, point to the fact that Gagagigo is a pretty tactical
You want to go to Gagagigo.
Monster beat a 2300 attack one? Simple. And invite him to an ice rink. That'll put him in a slippery situation. Now, one of the things that helps us smooth out the timeline is Gagagigo's interactions with Freed the Brave Wanderer. Several cards moving forward will show the two interacting, and the lore guide even says the two develop a fierce rivalry and friendship. The order
I don't know if barely understanding the lore is my favorite community joke.
Like
Yeah.
First up is
Like I said, take everything he says with a slight grain of salt.
That attacking monster and banishes it. A brief aside, let's all take a moment to remember that this was, for a long time, a very common competitive staple. When combat removal was the most reliable way to clear threats, having this in your back row was a great comfort. Now, given how the art is composed, with Freed seemingly in the bracing stance while Gagagigo is out there throwing a punch, I think it's safe to say that the lizard is the one tumbling into the void. What caused it? Beats me, but until we get a card that shows off someone wielding a dimensional rift generator, it's probably just random happenstance. This separates the rivals, putting them on two different planes of existence, but that doesn't mean they can't communicate. DD Borderline is a continuous spell card that prevents both players from conducting their battle phase while there are no spell cards in your own grave. Very strange stall card, but sure, have fun with it. This card shows Freed and Gagagigo on opposite sides of a dimensional barrier. Put a pin in that one, and at the very least, they can see each other. And if light can pass through, perhaps sound waves can as well. Without being able to fight one another, they'd be forced to talk.
That's such a strange floodgate.
Staring at each other, and so they would gain a deeper understanding of each other. Perhaps this is where Gagagigo comes to learn about fighting for justice, and not to just cover up a wounded heart. With this memory in his heart, Gagagigo attempts to find a way home, and does so, though perhaps sooner than he might have intended. Premature Return is a normal trap card that banishes a card from your hand, then targets one of your banished monsters and special summons it in face-down defense position. A funny card if your deck runs a lot of banishing effects, though a pretty slow one to actually get any value from, since the summoned monster has to come out face down. And we see a lot
Some people think Borderline happens before prison.
DD Crazy Beast and Goblin Trainer, Night Day Greffer, Esper Girl. That's gonna be wild to tie into things. And
I guess.
Gagagigo, distinguishable from their younger self thanks to their more pronounced facial features.
I don't
and
really
limbs,
know
despite the chibification. Once again,
why
really
they.
tell how on purpose this
I mean,
event is, but given
okay, which one released first, or were they both released in the same set?
Once he returned it to the same dimension as Freed, Gagagigo tracked down the warrior's army in hopes of joining them. A very easy scent to latch onto, because one of the soldiers, Marauding Captain, was cooking up a mean meal in Marmiting Captain, a level 3 Earth Warrior monster with 1200
That's fair, yeah.
defense. And when this card is normal summoned, you can shuffle one card from your hand into the deck, then draw a card.
Actually, that's a fair point. It's trapped in that is trapped in that borderline before the prison transfers him to the DD realm. As far as I know, the DD realm isn't exactly visible to anyone, so it had to have been before. That's a good point.
Then you can special summon it if it's a monster. So basically, the captain is throwing some ingredients into the pod, and you always get something back for it, the meal, but if it attracts a monster, you get to bring it to the field. And we can draw a connection between that effect, these monsters, and Gagagigo, because if you look way back in the tree line, you'll see Gagagigo, whose mouth is watering over that stew. And honestly, I'm with him. That looks
That's fair.
But this does introduce a bit of a continuity issue that I can't quite pin down. The Freed we see in this art is of the older Matchless General variety, not the younger Brave Warrior. As you can see that all of the Brave Wanderer's Peach Fuzz has come together to form a pretty stellar stash. But we know that this takes place before a future card, Draining Shield, because that features a future Gagagigo, squaring off against Brave Wanderer Freed, so I'm going to pretend that this is just Brave Warrior suffering the effects of the captain's manly cooking. Just instead of putting hair on his chest, it was on his lip. And so that's how Gagagigo joins the crew. But considering the Big Lizard doesn't show up in many of the other group's teamwork cards, their meeting might be short-lived, due to the events of Alter for Tribute, a normal trap card that selects a monster on your side of the field and sends it to the grave to increase your life points by an amount equal to the original attack of the monster. Now, this is a bit of an odd placement considering that this implies the monster is sacrificed to absorb its power and enhance your life points, but to be fair, since we still have a lot of Gagagigo cards to go, it doesn't fit in well anywhere. So I'd like to propose a different interpretation. We know Gagagigo has a dark heart, and later material will imply that he's been brainwashed, before making that implication out-and-out text. So if this altar is instead meant to unleash his inner darkness, the tribute might be something else meant to empower him. Then it makes a lot more sense. But who would do something like that? Well, once again, given information we learn later on, this is likely done by denizens of the demon
It could have
realm,
very much been
Kozaki, who carries
he
out a
became
number
the
of unethical
unmatched general
experiments
before
on
the
monsters.
fight.
And speaking of which, one such experiment is showcased in Two-Man Cell Battle, a continuous spell card that, during each player's end phase, lets the turn player
Mesmeraude Captain plus Gagagigo.
The good news is that your opponent is probably never going to benefit from this, despite it being reciprocal. The bad news is that you're summoning a normal monster during your end phase, which doesn't mean much of anything. However, it's the art that's most important.
Maybe just as a ship as well, yeah.
Is introduced to this tale in the form of
That's also fair.
a card that can go toe-to-toe with Gagagigo since they share the same attack power. Now, judging from the spell's effect, we can deduce that the two men in the cell battle is Blazing Impachi and Gagagigo, since they fit the bill of the effect. And they also have another thing in common. When this battle is over, both will become test subjects for Kozaki. Impachi will go on to burn out before being rebuilt, but for our reptile buddy, his fate is far, far worse. But while the battle is going, Marauding Captain is here to save the day, and may have even saved the lizard from a fatal blow, as seen in the spell card, My Body as a Shield. A quick play spell card that you can activate when your opponent activates a spell card, trap card, or monster effect that will destroy any number of monsters on the field. You pay 1,500 life points to negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. Now, the placement of this card is a little tricky. The fiery beam that's being blocked here could come...
Warrior Returning Alive is expected to be the next card after that battle.
Specific battle to grow their camaraderie. But once again, the Master Guidebook has some info to tell us. A snippet that covers why I think Gagagigo is not only brainwashed by darkness here, but was actually a member of Freed's army. Marauding Captain actually gets their own section in that very same book, and it states right next to the image of My Body as a Shield, he discovered that one of his men had been brainwashed by the enemy. Though the soldier was now his enemy, his burning sense of chivalry compelled him to take the blow and save that guy from a terrible fate, even at the cost of his own body. So, there it is. A former ally turned evil being saved by an act of self-sacrifice. So perhaps it is maybe this moment
Are you
that
all right,
Gagagigo
my lizard
what
friend?
real justice is, and gave him another chance to seal away his own darkness. But this 2-1-1 battle would be evened out pretty quickly, as Invader of Darkness would show up to support Blazing Impachi, as shown in the card, Unified Front. A normal trap card that has you discarding a monster, then targeting a face-up monster on the field, and its attack and defense become the discarded monster's attack and defense until the end of the turn, and monsters you control can't attack directly during the turn you activate this card. This actually has an interesting amount of utility. The initial idea might be to pitch a big monster in your hand to buff one of your own monsters to punch over the opposition, but this can affect any monster on the field, including your opponents, meaning you can pitch a really small monster in response to their attack, and all of a sudden, you flip the script on how the battle was supposed to go. Next up, we have a bit of a two-parter. Invader of Darkness fires off a shining beam of energy intended for another unnamed soldier, who is presumably part of Freed's army, and Gagagigo...
So something is started after all this as well, because of the skulls on the ground.
It starts out in Absolute End, a normal trap card that you can only activate during your opponent's turn, and during that turn, attacks from your opponent's monsters become direct attacks. This can give you a cheeky way to avoid getting your monsters run over in battle by blocking the attacks with your face. So whether you want to keep your little creatures safe or you're desperate to lose some life points, this is the card for you. Now, Invader of Darkness's attack isn't being directed at the unnamed soldier yet, likely culling some other hapless mooks from off screen, but that ire eventually lands on this cowering cavalryman, and that's when Gagagigo steps in to take the hit. And that's shown in Spirit Barrier, a continuous trap card that prevents you from taking damage.
Oh, that's Invader of Darkness?
This works particularly well with Absolute End, as this keeps your monster safe while also preserving your life points, though can also just help prevent you from taking damage from battles altogether by itself, which means it makes for a funny tech card in
I didn't realize.
After all, they can be destroyed in battle, so you'll always never be taking damage. And as you can see, the heroism demonstrated by Gagagigo has manifested, both in deed and in power, providing a shield to protect the weak, but not without a cost. While the direct aftermath of the battle is a bit of a mystery, the only other card that features our Brave Lizard is Level Conversion Lab, a normal trap card that has you selecting a monster in your hand and showing it to your opponent. Then, you roll a 6-sided die. If you roll a 1, you send the selected monster to the graveyard, but on a 2 through 6, the level of the selected monster becomes equal to the result until the end of the turn, which is actually kinda cool. You have a 50% chance of making any monster normal summonable without a tribute, summoning condition restrictions notwithstanding. If the monster is big enough, even a 5 or 6 could still be a discount, with 1 being your only bad result. It's not a good effect, but a fun piece of jank to be sure.
I mean,
in the art, we can see
if you hit one on a tier limit name, that's funny.
Looked over by Kazaki, surrounded by pieces of custom-built armor. It's
Why you
also
would be
notable
playing this
that
card in tier limit, I don't know,
going up from 4 to 5
but it would be funny.
Gagagigo's next form, which means that levels are a measurable and quantifiable factor in their world. Wonder if that's gonna become important at some point. But putting aside the strange world-building details, this card brings us into a new chapter. It is time for the Gagagigo to become Giga. But before we make that jump, Kazaki is giving off major Hojo vibes here, right? Like, we're not going wild with this? In order to fight tremendous evil, he gained a formidable power through body reconstruction, but lost his heart and his redemption. No longer able to feel alive, even in battle, Gagagigo, a level 5 normal water reptile monster with 2450 attack and 1500 defense, throws themselves into combat, looking to find meaning in a world where sacrifice is not enough to defeat evil. Also, the brainwashing might be factoring in again. Looking to get their new warrior into battle as soon as possible, Kozaki loads up Gagagigo into a cannon and fires them towards the next battlefield, which we can see in Compulsory Evacuation Device, a normal trap card that has you targeting...
That's Gagagigo as well.
It's kind of wild that there are so many impactful meta cards that feature Gagagigo like this.
Yeah,
Compulsory
surprisingly.
Device, Comp Evac to its friends, has been a very playable card on and off since its release. The flexibility of hitting any monster on the field...
I mean, that's a Masochist staple right there.
Or gets one of your own
like, not even counting all of the times it's been played in, like, actual advanced constructed. It's like, even in modern, that's not a bad card.
In this case, might be literal. The powered trebuchet might be useful in some regards, but eventually you have to cross that dimensional barrier. Pin's still there, by the way, and so at some point in the launch trajectory, Gagagigo is sent through the
MVP of the lore is a memory of an adversary.
From the top of your deck until you find one that can be normal summoned or set, and special summons. Also, you send the other excavated cards to the graveyard. So it's a transmutation effect, turning one of your monsters into hopefully another better monster.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that does also...
monster, and you don't have to worry about your opponent knowing more about your deck than you do.
That does also include Gagagigo, doesn't it?
Gimmicks, they were actually integral parts of the Infernoid machine, as many of their cards...
Also, he fights, I think, Venom Cobra, or... which we'll probably see in a second.
Oh, also, remember that Gagagigo is dual terminal cannon, which means that technically, that's all a flavor win. Upon reaching their destination, Gagagigo made a beeline for Freed's forces, looking to take them on in battle. A clash that's represented in the art of Draining Shield, a normal trap card that you can activate when an opponent's monster declares an attack. You target the attacking monster and negate the attack, and if you do, gain life points equal to that target's attack. This is one of the worst battle traps out there, as it doesn't solve the problem of the monster attacking you like Sakuretsu Armor or Dimensional Prison might. Nor does it keep the monster safe while enabling battle triggers like Waboku can. However, if your deck has life point gaining synergies, well, it still probably isn't worth running, but at least it's something. Oh, and a little fun fact from the lore book at this point,
really
Gagagigo
only...
and Freed have a tab on their wins and losses, with the Lizard clocking in at 24 wins, while Freed is just a little higher with 26, showing that the Matchless General has a bit of an edge, and it's about to go to 27 wins if the placement of the next card is correct, and honestly, I think it's perfect. Death's Counterblow is a continuous trap card that destroys any monster that inflicts battle damage to any player's life points via a direct attack. That's right, it hits your own monsters, so be careful about being too aggressive. This is kind of a callback to Absolute N. Now
Oh, that's a continuous trap, I see.
Trap, a landmine ready to go off in your opponent's face. A much more devious tactic for a darker, edgier Gagagigo. Oh, there's also Ambush Fangs, a normal...
There is Venom Cobra.
Venom supports... I'm not adding it to this timeline, though. Venoms show up absolutely nowhere else in continuity, whether it be this strange otherworld or Duel Terminal itself. So sometimes, you just gotta understand that these cards are representing monsters as they're being played in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! As opposed to being part of the story. It's kind of like with Black Return. I am not acknowledging that Black Wings are part...
Yep. Oh, okay, 1 second. Done. People say that he probably fought Venom Cobra like before he went to fight Creed. Potentially.
Part of Duel Terminal canon because of this. We have to draw the line somewhere. Even if the battle between Black Wings and Dragoonity would be f***ing bad.
So popular theory is that right after Compulse he was launched into the Venom Swamp, where he has to try and get out, and that is where he fights the Venom Cobra.
Promise in the realm of chivalry falls to even greater depths of darkness. Gagagigo is a level 8 normal water reptile monster with 2950 attack and 2800 defense. His soul, long since collapsed, his body recklessly continues onward, driven by a lust for more power. He no longer resembles his former self, which I don't think is very fair to say. The only real difference between Giga and Go Giga is the awesome LED lighting that he's placed in his armor. Oh, and I guess the soulless stare, but come on, who hasn't died a little bit on the inside nowadays? We don't get to spend a lot of time with this era of Gagagigo, with their appearance consisting of only 2 cards. The first one is Memory of an Adversary, a normal trap card that you can activate when an opponent's monster...
Kazaki definitely puts his base on in or near a swamp or something.
And during the end phase of your opponent's next turn, special summon that monster to your side of the field. Now, this is another strange mashup of effects. If you squint at it, this card kinda looks like Dimensional Prism, what with the banishing on attacking thing, but because it also causes you to take damage, like the monsters attacking you directly, it's also kinda like Absolute N. It's funny seeing all these cards that I felt were only tied together by the presence of our lizard friend actually have some mechanical through lines. It's really cool. As for what's going on in the art, we have reached peak Berserk Gagagigo. We're seeing an old battle happening again, with Invader of Darkness and Impachi on one side, the Woodborg seemingly having fully been reconstructed in its original form, or it's just an entirely new Impachi, with Marauding Captain and Freed on the other side.
Is that my guy, Murdering Captain? That does indeed seem to be the Marauding Captain.
However, despite this meaning a swift win for the soldiers, Marauding Captain sees that the soul of his former comrade is in danger, and thus casts away his sword in an attempt to talk down the rampaging behemoth. And the name of the card gives us even further insight into what's going on. Memory of an Adversary falls a little flat, but the original card has 2 names. Written in kanji, this card's name is Memory of a Rival, which is pretty similar to the name that we got in English. But
one Murdering Captain in my deck. Needs to go back to marmonating.
Marauding Captain isn't just trying to reach out to someone they met on the battlefield a few times and had a begrudging respect for. They're trying to reach the soul of a true companion. And this heartfelt plea reaches Gagagigo, as they remember their oath of companionship, a normal trap card that you can activate if you control no monsters special summoned from the extra deck. You target a face-up monster your opponent controls that was special summoned from the extra deck and take control of it until the end phase, but you can't special summon during the turn you activate this card.
Ew.
Struggle to think of the utility this provides that would compel you to add this during deck building, but maybe a day will come around where a deck requires you to use extra deck monsters while simultaneously saying you can't make them, in which case this will fit right in. But until the game reaches that level of convolution, this can stay safe.
I guess like it is useful for like a tribute summon.
With a true show of faith from an old friend, not just the willingness to
well, even that is kind of weak, I'll be honest.
confront a comrade. to stand in their way, to risk being harmed by someone you have formed a bond with. The soul that was once consigned to darkness now rises once more, appropriately as Gagagigo, the Risen, a rank 4 water reptile exceeds monster with 2950 attack and 2800 defense, requiring 3 level 4 monsters as material. Notably, this is not a
I thought it was only 2
for
level
Gagagigo.
4
They have the
monsters.
same
Wow,
stats
that's
as
actually
the
kind
Legal
of...
form, but it does show a shift in mentality. Instead of trying to handle the burden
There's a
of
guy
all
who
on their own,
went over
now
card
that power
backstories in
comes
top 10
from
format
team.
7 to
Their
8-ish
last
years
form,
ago.
Risen Gagagigo doesn't appear very often so far,
Really?
but one of their appearances is very infamous. Dimensional Barrier is a normal trap card that has you declaring a monster card type between Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Pendulum. For the rest of the turn, neither player can special summon monsters of the declared type,
With multiple
so they can be effective
parts.
all monsters of that type while they're on the field. This lingering floodgate has been the bane
Is
of
it
many
dual
duels
logs?
since its release 9
We'll look
years
at that
ago.
in
Its
a
ability to cut off the
second.
functionality of any deck that focuses on one particular extra deck type was toxic. And you know, I guess maybe Rituals and Pendulums got caught in it at some point. And because it was released prior to the release of Link monsters, they aren't an available choice here, making them uniquely immune to this card's influence. And as the support for normal trap cards grew, this card's strength did as well. Thankfully, just this last October, Dimensional Barrier was banned, taking another card out of the game
Good
whose sole
riddance.
function is to drain it of its fun. But part of me is saddened because the art here is actually really cool. Presumably, this takes place just after Gagagigo's soul has been purified, and now it seems they're being ripped away from their friends once again, being sucked up into a melting background and surrounded by glyphs reminiscent of synchro rings, but that can't possibly be the same thing. I don't think. But the real trick here is the barrier itself. Look closely, and you'll see that Gagagigo is behind what looks like a television screen with scan lines that seem to degrade into smaller squares, kind of like pixels as you go down the image. You can even see
Enjoy
how
their
Maroon
comedy.
Captain's shadow almost immediately falls onto the barrier to help define it. This is a piece that really does reward you for giving it a closer look. Freed is obviously startled by this, but even without seeing Marauding Captain's face, you can feel how distraught they are, pushing against the barrier, unable to come to terms with what's happening. Not to mention Gagagigo screaming and reaching out for help, for connection. The last time Gagagigo and Freed were separated by an impenetrable wall across dimensions, it was fraught with tension. Both sides worried the other was looking for a chance to strike. There was a truce, but an uneasy one. Now, both sides are terrified that this barrier will tear them apart again. They aren't worried what'll happen if they get too close, they're worried about being separated again. This is a very good piece of art, and it's a shame that it got attached to such a polarizing card. Our last example of Gagagigo the Risen is Overlay Capture, a normal spell card that has you targeting a face of Xyz monster your opponent controls that has Xyz material, and a face of Xyz monster that you control. It detaches all Xyz material from the opponent's monster, and if you do, attach this card to your monster as Xyz material. Bit of a letdown there. If your opponent has like free material, you are still getting rid of all of them, but you only get one dinky material in return. It's like overlay regen with extra steps. And just like Ambush Fangs, there really isn't anything in here to help add it into the established timeline. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that this is probably non-canonical. Though, to be fair, this isn't something that can't necessarily happen. Swordbreaker isn't part of any established archetypes, so I could buy that they're a random resident of the multiversal expanse that makes up the Duel Terminal canon, whether it's in Duel Terminal itself or on the outskirt dimension.
You just see what their stats are to see if they actually do beat Gagagigo.
Though if it turns out they stole some of the weapons from the X-Sabers, that would be pretty fun. And with that, we've covered the Gagagigo timeline. From humble, rambunctious beginnings...
I actually do kind of hope that they make some more Gagagigo support.
Where is Gagagigo the Risen being taken to? Will he run into any other derelict travelers across the dimensional byways? And will we see him take on another form in the future? Only time will tell, and this is the best way to find out. Keep an eye on the channel so that when we find out that Gagagigo gets taken over by a resurrected evil swarm virus at the behest of the Fabled, you'll be the first.
I don't even know our charmer cards, which we actually do have.
Today's episode is brought to you by Dragon Shield.
Or will have.
The strongest dragon scales and save 5%
Like
on your
2
order
seconds.
code Golden Nova at checkout while helping out the channel. It was also brought to you by my lovely patrons, including this month's illustrious Quasar Commanders, Upstairs Media, and the Critic of Innocence, Nebula Navigators, Third Dynasty,
But I had all the
Basilisk,
awakened versions are UR.
Wizard,
That
Andrew
would,
Newman,
yeah,
Max, Beasts
I
Man,
get it.
Charlie Mercury,
I saw this comment earlier. It was, I'm surprised this guy never got a Gagaga variant, which actually would have made sense given that he's a level 4. Gagagigo. Make him searchable. Make him special summon himself from his head, from the hand, just like every other Gagaga variant. That's for later. back to Gagagigo. Back to. I'm gonna. Oh, here we go. Need to get. Put some stuff away, and then we'll get right back into it. Venom. Okay. Pop some water as well. Let us. That video is pretty interesting. Right, I need to. Actually, need to. Okay, it. Top 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster card backstories. Oh, this guy. I remember him. I've seen like a few of their stuff. Oh, this one has a million views. What are his picks? You're freed.
Now with that pest card backstories. Number 10, Dark King of the Abyss.
Dark King of the Abyss. Then Hades by Zolt.
Number 9, the Huge Revolution Gang of Monsters.
Huge Revolutions, like the King and stuff. Backup Goblin. Greed. Goblin of Greed. Broad and Captain. Warrior Lady. By extension, Digreffer. Sangan. Digreffer. And is that Blazing Hachi?
Honorable mentions are cool, so let's do.
Oh, honorable mentions. Okay, so okay. Blazing Hachi. Stun Unit. Number 1 is Gagagigo, of course. I remember this. He does a way better job at explaining these things over Golden Nova. Fair. Obviously, we only have so much information that Nami is willing to give us. So whether or not... Well, okay. So we only have so much information in the TCG. Okay, I'm back. Did you hear about the DB drama? Oh, yeah. I did indeed hear about that. And... It's... I understand why it took over for so long. Flame Dire? Ah. I understand that she didn't exactly react the right way to it. But also, I can understand why she reacted the way she did. I'm the guy who called Dire Stick the N-word. Yeah. That should be who's, like, the most blame. Alright, there's the last judge. I don't think the judge is... No, they... definitely would have handled the situation better. Absolutely. But I don't think they're entirely wrong, especially since, according to Distant Coder, they have been talked to about how they handle the situation. So presumably, it should resolve peacefully. Oh, there's the second pyro. Yes, I made an incorrect ruling and didn't properly communicate the ruling, but as somebody who has judged some events online before, this is just something that can happen with newer judges. Yeah. Like, that's fine. As this coder also said, they were like barely a judge for a year before that call happened. Like, I don't entirely hold it against them. Oh. Oh, an extra Malulu. That's fine. Okay. I've read the rules. He did what was written, even if it wasn't what necessarily was correct. It's like the main thing. Yes. Can I get an extra? Am I gonna play man? Realistically, am I gonna play man? Get rid of Pro Challenger, definitely. There's always a gray zone. You have judged 4 events. And while there is very much a chance that I judge an event, it's probably not going to be for some time. This is any Dragatail monster, right? Dragatail card. And 2 of those events were in Unicorn Overload, which is funny to think about. Speedrunning and stuff. Oh. Okay. Okay, one brief second. I am absolutely changing my headphones. Need judges to check for cheats and such. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. We should be better. Some things we naturally can't pick up on, but there is a lot that we can. Oh, I probably actually can play Draco Tail very briefly. Just a little bit. Okay. But very subtle things are also like interesting as units stamina by one more than it should be. Yeah. No response. Might either be hiding the ash or... Ooh, okay. With the Verge player won't notice. For the average player, that's an Imperm. Imperm or Veiler. How do I want to do this then? I can go normal Kaleido. Yeah, they're gonna Imperm Goldio for sure. Kaleido for Martin. Martin bounce to Leo for next turn. No response. No response. I go for Dagaras. Nah. Okay, we're good. I guess, yeah, let's go ahead and try Draco Tail. Might be a little bit over some people's heads. Let's at least see what we can do with this. I also want to play maybe a little bit of Dragon Made Draco Tail. Well, I don't really know how much that works. Alright, second, okay. This is probably Fiendsmith. Ooh. Pan is fine, and Raku's great. But Horn straight away is not best. Okay. Arby's Feather Duster off the top. Branded Fusion off the top, that's fine. Rahu? Ooh. Ash Blossom, okay. We can work with that. Branded Fusion. Are they gonna go Apophis? Oh, it is man. Ooh, it's man. do this. So obviously, I go Albion. They chain the Apophis. I can kind of chain block this. Go Albion. I don't really have a Dark except for Albion. Albion, chain link 1. Vyrux, chain link 2. They're not negating it. I activate. I'll go ahead and do the Ketsu. The Ketsu. Yeah, I'm gonna go Mirror Jade. Go Mirror Jade here. Come on. Bait out the Apophis. Yep. Go Mirror Jade. Then, okay. Nice. I don't think I've properly practiced Draco Tail, so I wonder how well this is actually going to work. Okay, I probably need an extra Ghost Spell or something. Well, I guess you can play with just... So the thing is... Extra deck. Card back of Nostradamus. This is during the main phase only. That targets. Ooh. I can chain block this. Go Malulu plus Pan. I thought it was funny. Okay. Plus Firmina. Balulu. And setting a Rahu. Destroy you. That beats that. By banishing one card. Target you. That. I don't think it matters, but that's fine. There. Based on ones you control. Arcelion, that's fine. And summon back Alulu. We'll forgo that. Let's go Rahu. Spade and Ash Blossom. That gets that. Any damage you take this turn is halved. Oh, banish 2. That is fine. Sweet. Lulu. Lulu plus Urgula. Let's go. Urgula. Arcelion. And Lulu. Ulamel can be activated here, destroying the face down. There's an Ash Blossom. I like Moo to my Lulus. Do I just go... do I just go for the Ketu? Might as well just go for the Ketu. That negates. Dalion. Bounce the continuous spell back to hand. Gula, the set. Go Flame. Destroy that. Okay. That is... only use it once per turn. Got Flame and Horn. Raw Sphere Mode? That's funny. Gulamel can't even really come back, can they? Get to go flame, negate the Dream Tower. I'll return the Arcelion. That gets Ghost Spell, which is funny. I don't think they'll really proc here. Battle phase. I know what the unknown is, so I don't have to worry. Oh, okay. Go. Add to your deck. Add from deck to hand. I'll go for the Lucius. Actually, not going to fusion summon. Lucius. I might have actually wanted Pan. In this case. Or, well, no, I don't have Regula. Imina, you have called by. You do not. Go for the Pan. Doesn't really matter. Ulamel. Need to target monsters, so that's fine. I guess go Ash Blossom plus. Actually, Ghost Spell. Recycle hand traps. Lucius. And Pan. Spinning Droplet. Send the continuous spell. Do I just go Horn? I can theoretically just go Horn, bounce back the Arcelion, to make it miss the Arcelion, so that way I get stuff back to hand. I can return the Flame. Malulu, that's fine. I have to negate the Winged Dragon of Ra, which is funny. And get Arahu. No destruction. Ding. Ulamel. Lucius. Oh, I messed that up. That's fine. Continuous trap. The end of this turn. That is fine. I don't have evenly matched, do I? That's... Hmm. How do I want to do this? I mean, I actually might want to get rid of the Gulamel. I have a way to summon Arthalion on my opponent's turn via the Phymina. I'm actually not hurting for interaction here. End phase, okay. Number of banished cards, so I go Gula plus Lulu. Recycle a Phymina. Recycle a Lulu. Gula plus Lulu. Flame plus a Rahu. Execution summon a Draco Tail monster. Sting, I'm gonna target you plus you. I can recycle the Gulamel. And from here I should just have game, actually. Oh, this is quite fun. Granted, it was against Nimlaria, so it wasn't the hardest one battle. That was quite fun. What super poly targets do I actually have? Chaos. Delicious memory for Lily. I don't really have that many. Let's see. I guess I have to just go street. That's for the sleeping memory. Sleeping memory to draw. Actually twice during this end phase. I don't really think I have a bigger super poly target, I'll be honest. I'll buy a Maxi. This Pearly Noir, so it needs 5 materials to be unaffected. Okay. How do I want to do this? I think it's fairly obvious that I just go, yep, GG. Unfortunately, it's not quite a towers yet. You needed one more spell trap in the grave before you could make it a towers. Then it would only be a towers for so long. Or that is just because I'm playing Dragotail, which arguably is the second or potentially third strongest deck. Depending on what I don't use this turn, this does kind of make some good moves. Break Shark. Okay. So obviously, I go Maxi. You have Ash Blossom? No. Well, unfortunately, that's yeah, Maximum Cockroach is gonna win me the game. Unfortunate, but not. That is the sea. That's just how the sea works, unfortunately. Yeah, I think your best bet is just gonna be Kraken Pass, I'll be honest. And even then, if I don't have Imperm, do I? No, I don't. I actually don't. Okay, then. Alright, is this how I'm gonna need to play the game in DC? Lucius plus, I guess, Vimina. That'll work. I'll take 1500, that's fine. Go Arthalion. Carry the Kraken. Lucius. Vimina. So, I'm not sure I'm entirely down for it. Droplet. I don't have Droplet, do I? I don't. I actually wonder if that's going to be better than Super Poly in some cases. I'll get the Ketu. Get the Lucius. Do I? Yeah, I actually do need to return the Fioxel. That way I can go Lucius, add a pan, and you know the line. Activate the Ketu. Grab a Malulu. I just need to go Gulamel, Pan. This will kind of force them out of everything. Oh, bad because my opponent couldn't play the game. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes that's just how it is. Ruxel, Pan. They need to Kraken here, otherwise it gets destroyed. Yep. Obviously they choose a Ghoul Yep. And destroy the Stealth Kraken. Ruxel get the Sting. Gulamel. Pan. Ooh, okay. That's funny that they can... Are they playing multiple Stealth Kraken spawn? They are. Somehow they are. Okay. Okay. Now, I go... And... I'll summon back the Pie. Gulamel comes back. Obviously, I need to force out the Stealth Kraken spawn. And a Branded Fusion just for good measure. Discard the Malulu. Set the Rahu. This one is negated. Okay. I'm gonna go Pure Jade, send the probably just want the Albion. That vanishes. That gets Ghost Bell. Okay. Okay. GG. That, unfortunately was another game kind of dominated by Maxi. I actually do wonder, though. I might actually want to forego... Yeah. Sage. What do I want to forgo in place of Forbidden Droplet? Honestly, maybe the Super Poly. I'm not playing very many targets for Super Poly. It's basically just, like, all the Albaz stuff, then the Dracotail stuff doesn't matter. It's basically just Secretary on. And, like, even if you do that, you can kinda get countered by a lot of Dracotail stuff. And then there's, like, Chaos... Filius Regis? He's honestly not a bad one. Oh well. Either way, GG. Unfortunately, this is just a deck that really loves to just recycle stuff. I kind of want to see, when we get to a mirror match, how this will play out. Because even if I get steamrolled, it'll probably be... Oh, right, sorry, the replay. That's my bad. Okay. Okay. And go Arthelion. And Bulos. Gonna bring back the Femina. Yeah, sure, I'll bring back the Pan as well. Then Pan gets to activate. Imagine Fua A. I guess I just go... I go Flame. I did not mean to do that. No, destroy a card. Okay, I'm glad I can just right-click out of it, then. I'm glad I learned that trick to just right-click out of it. That would have been miserable if I didn't. Man. Unfortunately, Maxi is going to be a bit of a problem, isn't it? Well, against Mitsurugi, I'm not going to be too mad about that. Ash Blossom. Obviously, a Called by on a Murakumo works wonders. Any of the ritual spells I just hit with Horn. They're going for Sword Ryseal above everything. They have used their normal summon, by the way. Also, they didn't get Star Ryseal set. They're gonna negate the Arthalion. That's fine. I get to bring him back anyway. And he only really has the effect on Fusion Summon as opposed to Special Summon. It's like, when they go for the King of Feral Imps, I go... Draco Tail does seem to be the best deck right now. Yeah, they added Node Ryseal, right? 3. Okay. Obviously, they're gonna send the Dracotail Flame, without a doubt. Ideally, I would like them to send for the Rahu. Either the Rahu or the Ash Blossom Sunset. That... Oof. But I know they're not gonna summon anymore this turn. I have not, but I've kind of seen how it ends. Now, granted, I've never really been that big of a fan of Death Battle in the first place. Oh, Lucius is nice. Avakiri gets to add, sure, that's fine. Or I use an Ash Blossom, right? From your hand. If that's a Murakumo. Murakumo. After that resolves, I need to use the Phimina. I'm gonna go for the Phimina here. They go for Ame. I'm gonna discard the Rahu. Which one did the... Yeah, so I need to go... I need to go for the Gulamel. That way I can properly chain... That gets that back. Ramasa. It's a monster. Maybe the Uswa of the Habakiri. That one. Gulamel. Destroy the Ame no Murakumo. Haba that Kirikiri. Habikiri. They've already used the Habikiri tribute effect as well. Can't use again. That goes for Futsu. I get to bring... Wait, no, hang on. That's only if your opponent special summons a monster. Otherwise, you'll send a summon, assuming to get Detonator. I can get rid of the Murakumo. Detonator over Gulamel. Utsu over for 2,000. Yep. Unfortunately, no matter what, I do kind of have to let... He's only by card effect, so it doesn't matter. I need to get rid of the Murakumo immediately. Sting, Rakumo, plus Duel. Have the Detonator. Return the Rahu to try to draw. That's fine, actually. Hang on. Droplet, send Fusion, plus a Firmina. Dragotail doesn't even necessarily die to... that either way. Yeah, they get to go detonator detach. That's fine. I can go. Pyrex plus Albaz. Gulamel plus Albion plus Pyre. Sling a ding ding. Sling a ding sting. Fact. And already, the Forbidden Droplet is coming in more clutch than anything. I'll get the Ketu. Forbidden Drunklet, indeed. I don't really have any Dark Dragons in my graveyard except for that. So I guess I just go. Lubellion plus Albaz. Or Albion plus Albaz. Okay. Connection failed, but that's fine. GG. Honestly, I think the worst part is well, okay, how much of my interaction was on, like, turn... Like, yeah, the Gulamel helped, absolutely. I'm not sure how much I could have done. Obviously, the Forbidden Droplet won me the game on the spot. That's just a fact. How much I could have actually done without Max C. Where are we punching? Right. I'm not forgetting this time. Let's get a look at that replay from the Duelist Cup. Because I can. Okay. That's fair? Question mark? I guess. Okay. 40 card main, 15 card extra. 40 card main, 15 card extra. This is how I'm meant to play. Yes. I haven't even seen what happened yet, but yes. Maxi, Stellar, Deception, called by Woes. We're going first. Let's see what we can do. Stellar to send Woes to summon Sylvie. Sylvie for Woes. Woes set itself. Sylvie to add Tails. Immediately Synchro Shotgun into Rakela. Rakela to add White Force card. That gets L set. L star. Special summon. Woes to set itself. Stellar. L set. Add Diabels, the White Witch. White Witch, discard spoils. Diabels to send Curse of Diabel. Curse of Diabel, add a Philia Diabel. Curse in the Star, Curse in the Star, so it's Philia, add Diabel Star Vengeance. Synchro Shotgun into Diabel, Queen of the White Forest. Add the Deception back to hand. Deception. Deception tributes the L set to add Hallowed Azamina. Hallowed Azamina, treating the Deception for Saint Azamina. As well as Diabel Star Vengeance. Saint Asamina to summon the Ilya Silva. Out Asamina, shuffle back the L set to add itself back to hand. Sylvie, shuffle back the Rikella to summon itself back. Evil Star Vengeance, banish 2 to summon itself. Ilya, Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon, set the called by, Deception sets itself, and here we go. Onomatopyra gets the Utopia Field spell. Maxi, unlucky, but that's the way it goes. Sending Zexal Pegasus Silva to negate the Onomatopyra. Unfortunately, yeah, comes the breaks. Oh, that also works with the opponents just playing continuous spells as well. That's funny. Unfortunate. But sometimes that's just how it goes. Like, some decks are very much well built. That really how I'm gonna have to play. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. Like, some decks are really good at giving, like, a really interesting back and forth where you have to, like, chip away at the opponent's board and make a power play. Some decks are just not built to do that. Some decks, like Onomats, basically live or die by the coin flip. They need to go first, set up a board, and they don't really have a way of recovering if you break that board. White Forest is kind of similar. It has a lot better ways of recycling stuff, but it does kind of lend itself to setting up boards that need to be cracked, that only certain decks can actually crack. I'm sure that if you set up that board against me, I probably would have also folded, depending on what deck I'm playing. If it was Draco Tail, there's a better chance of me breaking the board. But if it was, like, Luna Lights. Ironic, because Luna Lights typically do want to go second. Well, all of Luna Lights do. I mean, even now, Luna Lights can still go second. They have heavier engine requirements that prevent them from playing, like, some of the heavier board breakers. But they can still go second. I never learned the combos for the deck, so this is what I've learned on my own. And that's very impressive for on-your-own thinking. Just setting up big bodies, a pop, and a negate. Like, honestly speaking, that's not that hard to play through for some decks, but for others, it's impossible. Yeah, and a back row set if you count that. Which one was it? It was called by, right? Was it called by a cross out that you set? Doom Dragon can set a card from field to back row as well, yeah. And I could probably just go back and look. Battle phase, pop, continuous spell, add monster. Yeah. That's a called by, yeah. I thought it was called by. Okay, no Maxi this time. That's good. Rahu. Sending the Firmina. Sending a Lucius. Arthelion. CL1. Target the Firmina. Firmina. CL2. Probably set a Keptu. Lucius. CL3 to set probably just Horn. I think just go Horn. Firmina to set the Keptu. Pyroxal. Add the Pyroxal to the hand. Lucius. Add from deck to hand. I'll go Pat. Ketsu. Add the Lulu. Get to go Branded Fusion. We get to go Albion. That's the pie. Albion. Gain pie. This will set the flame. Mirror Shade. Okay. Is that a mistake? Probably. Although the thing is, I didn't... Well, no. I had a Dark Monster. Yeah, that was absolutely a mistake. I should have looked through the Rebellion, put back the Albion and the Albaz, summon the Mirror Jade that way. And that's just a standard line. I don't know why I did it this way. Extra, only draw one. Okay, sure. We read off the Arthalion for a Kaiju. That's fine. We're playing this deck. Hold up. Is this... How are we gonna... How are you gonna do this? Because... Okay, I just need to go... Merjade. Banish the Kaiju. If they have evenly matched, they have evenly matched. Yeah, it's not even Christmas, and the opponent is giving it. And they were so generous, they did it twice. Welcome, KCS, by the way. How you doing today? So, go to end phase. Okay. Merjade, just... Crits. Okay. I think we can just sweep things up from here. Lamina. There are not really that many. I guess just go for a Ulumel using Pan and Blue. I probably should have actually used the Lucius. But I mean, I have... Well, no, I just have game. Lulu, less Pan. And unless they have very specifically Battle Fader. Is this going to be a Jinx? I'm not sure. Another Ketu. Battle Fader? You do not. There is no way you have a Battle Fader. I manifested it into their hand. Okay. That's fine. Sure. I imagine just go... like... Lava Golem or something. Apparently, they are... do I negate this? I probably don't. I mean, if they're leading Upstart Goblin, that probably means they have nothing. I have to go... I go Droll here. Not ideal, but at least it prevents them from doing stuff. Okay. Which means that chances are that means they don't have anything else. Branded Fusion. Don't care about that. We're just gonna go battle. You do not have Air Force. That says I have the flame, so I can negate that. But it would be very funny if they did. What is it? Control of all monsters on the field return their... Oh. Wait, do I not have the flame? Face up spell. It only negates spells, that's why. Sure. Okay, that makes me miss lethal, but that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, it only hits spells. That's fine. Now... Okay. It would be... Oh, I'm not gonna say anything. Hey, Matt, how you doing today? I hit P instead of O. They had the Ross... I keep manifesting. I keep manifesting cards into their hand. Okay. Ra's effect is ignoring its summoning conditions. So I can just go Horn, bounce the Winged Dragon of Ra to the hand. There's an Ash Blossom. That loses... The Upstart Goblin might have actually lost me the game. Is that only on... No, it's when this card is normal summoned, so I do still get to use it. How do I build Draco Maids? Well... how do you want them to work? Oh. Branded Fusion can make literally anything. True. We'll return the Ketu Dragon Maid. Man, if you mix a little bit both together, and the end product will be your desired product. Exactly. Magnamud is funny. Do they have... They don't have anything that I can use for that. It's fine. I can go... I don't know how D-Mates work at all. Might as well make them... They're a cheap new deck. So, honestly... You can... kinda just do that. This is destroy one monster. So from here, I can go Rahu... or Arthelion... using the Pan and a Pergula. Draco Tilts because I made budget branded Draco Slate. Yeah. Now, the thing is, the only thing you really need... Can't target the wing. Oh, I can. Dragon Maiden is just a fusion deck. So... I don't even really need the Gulamel. I can just go for the Arthalion. Pergula, get the Ketsu. The cards are starters, extenders, ratios. Is that a Rahu? Wait. No, yeah. Destroy. Dragon of Ra. So, typically, it depends, but, one second. I can actually potentially give an example, other than Nurse and Laundry. I mean, even theoretically, Laundry is a starter. It's just a very hard, it's just a very difficult starter to use. Big dragons. Ideally, you would want Chembra, Lorpar, or even Tingtek. Nurse can also be a bit of a starter, although it depends a lot more heavily on what your building around? Like, for me, one of each based on the corresponding color of small maid. Yeah. Fine. Like, typically, my Maids of the Branded build is the 60 card branded pile. The extra deck is very tight. It's not as tight in Draco Tail, because typically you're not trying to fit in every single engine. You're just trying to fit in Draco Tail and Dragon Maids. You're not trying to fit in like the branded stuff. Maybe one of like Alba Lenatus or Mirror Jade as a Parliament of Alba's target as a one-of as well. Otherwise, you're ideally using Parlor, Chamber, Kitchen occasionally. Nurse is a fine one-of, like I said. It is a bit less impactful than any of the other ones, but it's fine. And then any of the bigger ones as one-offs. Then, dependent on how you want to build the Draco Tails. What are your current stats on Draco Tails? Because I'm playing a very small engine of them. Like 3 Malulu, 3 Famina, 3 Lucius, and basically everything else is one-ofs. Except for Pan, I'm running 2 of. That's a bit more just for like safety's sake, but you don't really need the second Pan. You can choose to run either more board breakers or an extra copy of Ghost Bell or an extra copy of Albaz if you're only playing one. I don't have the third Malulu. I run 3 Ketu. I've only got the 1 Ketu, which is why I'm supplementing it with the Albaz engine, and why I'm also playing Sting. I changed out the Super Poly for Forbidden Droplet, because I don't really have that many good Super Poly targets in this variation. Like, it's basically just Chaos Star Source if I have Malulu on the field, or Magnamut on the field. And then, like, if Albaz gets, like, impermed, or Veilured, I can go for, like, Super Poly into any of these guys. I'm a terrible guy with my build. I don't think you're that bad, Roma. I guess Secretarion is also not a bad Super Poly target, as basically all of the Dracotail stuff is either Spellcaster or Dragon. So it works, but it also does typically trigger the Arthalion as well. You haven't seen my builds for? Fair. No, Spirit Dragon. Spirit Dragon. Oh, Sprint. Sprint. You mean Sprint? Sprint's interesting. It's like funny if you. It's ironically funny if you are playing like. If you're playing against like Draco Tail and they summon on your turn, and you go for an Albaz play. Like, it's not really. Unless you mean a different Spirit Dragon. Dragons. I guess, like, dependent on where you're going, you can just kind of use this format of Draco Tail and just slot out like the branded fusions and the sting, the albaz, and even like the droll and lockbirds for like Dragon Maid stuff. Or if you like going for the 60 card nonsense piles, you can just basically slot in everything plus grass. And like hope that it works out. So honestly, speaking of, I kind of ran into that problem last game where I nearly lost because I didn't have the second Albaz. I might honestly want to run just the second Albaz. Even if it puts me over 40, that's fine. Can I possibly screenshot my build? You can. Ba-da-da-da. Give me like 10 minutes. Okay. Run 2 of them myself. Man. It's the man with the mark. Add 1 temple or 1 treasures. They get treasures. They get to set 1 from deck. They get to add 1. It's Anubis. Do you have the Apophis that negates? You did not. Okay. Well, okay, that's GG. Fair enough. Unfortunate. But that's just sometimes how it goes. When do I want to stop? Got my deck figured out. Alright. Running 2 raw Albas as a budget Super Poly. Fair. Super Poly is a UR for some, well, not for some reason, it's very powerful. But Albaz... well, here's the hoping they get to waste a Ash Blossom on a branded fusion. Albaz... higher. I'll be on, but higher. Go for Lubellion. Here's our starting Venom, a Mud Dragon, Mirror Jade, and Albion. Lubellion. Actually, discard. I might honestly need to discard the Flame. Like, as much as that hurts, I actually might need to discard the Flame. Because then I'll need to go... Because then I get to go Ketu. That'll eat an Ash Blossom for sure. Yep. Unfortunately, no traps as disruption. Oh, it's a beautiful royal. Absolutely. Mirror match, okay. How much does Drolin Lockbird hit Cyber Dragon? Let's see if that makes them use a Called By more. Go for Amirage. Maxi does nothing, so need to use it. Honestly, yeah, Droll and Luckbird hurts Cyber Dragon hard. Like, I guess you just go SP. Like, actually speaking, I don't think I even technically do this. I can go Mirror Jade. They try to dodge with the SP. But I can make them resolve the SP first, and then the Mirror Jade. In that case, they don't really have any more plays. Unless they, like, opened Cyber Yorg? No, okay. Oh. Oh, does it make me resolve the... It makes me resolve the Mirror Jade first. Then they have the SP Little Knight. I can just go beat into the SP Little Knight. Armina. Using the Maxi. Arthalion. Armina. Armina gets the set. Get 2. Rahu. Gulamel. Fire. Da. I guess just go Urgula. Make sure they don't have anything. Then Pyre to set. Sent? Okay. I'll look at it in just a moment. Gulamel. Get rid of the Brigade. Fire for Horn. For Sting. Destroy. Realm. Wasted like 5 minutes on my ESO buff. Okay. I will showcase it in a little moment. Megalite Machine. Okay. Discard the hurts. Okay. The thing is, that forces out the sting, but they don't really have an answer to it. Finish. Get 2 for Lucius. That wins the game on the spot. Go. So I can go for like a Link 3. They don't really have an answer though. Regardless, I can just go. Dragon. Don't really have any dark monsters in the graveyard. Get to go. So repair plant, but only activate. Yeah, that was this turn, right? I'm pretty sure. The Clockwork Knight. So I'm gonna go Horn, Return the Dark. And I get to Gulamel, target the Clockwork Knight and destroy it. Travel back to Ketu. Who else doesn't matter. Well, it's a name. It's a name for Femina. That's for Regulus, presumably, right? Honestly speaking, I'm out of interaction for this turn because they get to go. Well, they would need to use Typhon via the Regulus, so ideally they would want to go Regulus. They beat over Lubellion, let's say. Yep. Then on the turn after. No, okay. So I'm gonna need to force out this Regulus. Okay. Let's fight Sarman in defense. It doesn't summon in defense. That's perfect. Oh. Whoops. Right, I forgot about Clockwork Knight. I guess just go next. Right, I didn't want to waste any more of your time, and I ended up wasting even more. Imagine going for the Cyber Dragon. They have a fusion spell they can use. I just realized, are all the Cyber Darks 21? All the Cyber Darks are 21. Or at least most of them, as far as I can see. And I know they've got Cyber Repair Plan. Going for Link 2? Or the Cyber Repair Plan first? Can you even activate the Cyber Repair Plan? Yep, there's a Seeger. Do I just have a... Ash? Sure. Lamel. Get rid of you. And from here, just... Yep, okay, that's fair. Sorry, I should have went for game a bit better last turn. GG. And then... let's go ahead and get a little peek at Chroma's list. Is it on Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro? YGO Pro? I wonder. Probably not. No, it is. Yep, it's on YGO Pro. Okay. So this is the... This is the list that Chroma uses. I'm not locked in. And it is virtually the same as mine. It's not playing the Sting. It's playing double Nibiru. And it is... This is my build of the list, yeah. It's not playing any of the Ghost spell. Instead, it's playing Nibiru. It's also playing Branded Lost, triple Super Poly, and Horn plus Flame. What else? I need to also pull up my list for a side-by-side comparison. Branded Lost does equal base. It's not playing Called By or Crossed Out. It's not really worrying about Max C outside of Ash Blossom, which is fair. Mine also plays Harpy's Feather Duster. Mostly because of Lab and Man. Like, as you saw with the game 2 prior, Harpy's Feather Duster completely, like, wiped out Man's back row. And then I'm playing Veiler. Chroma isn't. For the extra deck, this is just balls to the walls combo build. Yeah. Chroma is also playing more Super Poly targets, arguably. Playing Mud Dragon. Whereas I'm really just playing Chaos. It goes full gas or no gas, exactly. They're playing Mud Dragon, double Gulamel, Titanic Lad, Albion, Mirror Jade, Lubellion, Grand Guinol, Chaos, Ilia, Arthalion, Secretarion, Spheres, and Espilon Knight. I'm playing Alba Lenatus as a standoff of Mirror Jade to search for branded fusion. Arguably, if I've gotten to Mirror Jade, I've gotten to Mirror Jade already. So I don't really need to search the branded fusion, so you can kinda keep that in the back row. But it's also like, if your opponent is playing Blue Eyes, then you just get a free board break. I just found out I have this. Fair. That's perfectly fair. Then what else is there? Rama's also playing Grand Guignol plus triple Cartesia. As a quick effect fusion, that's honestly really nice. Like, you just get a free fusion. No questions asked. Fair. Duel is probably the one you'll only need one of. It is arguably your main board breaker, but it's not like mandatory. Like, I opted playing Forbidden Droplet over Super Poly. We're playing Magna and Lebellion because you have to. Yeah. I kind of opted to play just the Magnamut as like the add to end phase as well as a seal. Ideally, I kind of wanted to play the Lebellion as a way to search it, but I couldn't really justify it as a one-of, in my opinion. It does work as a one-of, and you can get a lot of stuff out of it being a one-of. Like, it's a free material from hand at worst. I might see if I got Cartesia. If you had a friend, whether that be in or out of quotation marks, who got the structure deck or the branded structure deck this year, then chances are you got a Cartesia. I've got two. Yep. Correct. If you made your Master Duel account this year, and you got the branded structure deck, you got two. Yep. I guess other than that, ideally, you would want the third Lucius, maybe even over. Okay, Nibiru is good. Nibiru is not a bad card in the slightest. He does kind of have an issue running into kind of Malice, and also kind of Mitsurugi, especially Mitsurugi. If you don't get the Murakumo tribute effect right away, then you kind of just waste the Nibiru. In fact, it arguably pluses your opponent, because they get the Murakumo tribute effect. If you do it before the Murakumo, say like they take too long and they go King of Feral Imps as summon 5 and you Nibiru, then depending on what the other cards the opponent has, that might just end their turn. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. Let us use with this for a. I kind of want to play. I'll play. You know what? I'm gonna try to get at least a 15. Then I'll probably go on break for dinner. It depends on how long this game goes. Okay. Are you Primite? Oh no. Oh, it's Primite. It's probably my blue eyes. Oh, we get the dream. Primite to set the drill beam. Is this Blue Eyes Primite control? Because, hold on. So, you cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field this turn. So, what are they doing? Seals? Do you have toggle on? No, you do not. You have a Primite card in your hand. So, I don't remember Roar. Normal summons monster. So, that True Light was to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from Graveyard. Presumably, that is to turn on the I get to go Pergula. I guess I just go for Malulu. Because I know they're going to drill beam the set for the Arthelion. Ooh, okay. Magnumwood. Magnumwood plus Drill Beam on the Arthelion. They do still get a Dragon Mark card in their end phase. So, Pergula. I'm gonna go Sting. Destroy the True Light. Negate the Magnamut. It's funny how that worked out. Because Magnamut has to be CL2, it's negated, they cannot add. And then Branded Fusion? Do you have a response? Yeah, that's unlucky. Ooh, okay. Honestly, I don't think I care that much about Cerulia. So good to go. I'll be on higher. Higher gets to set a... Gonna go flame here. I go for the Lubellion using the Albaz here. From here, that gets me Mirror Jade using the Albaz here. And this is to... okay, yeah. This is to get a Thymina. And all that with no normal summon. Okay, that's the easiest cult buy in the world. If they have the evolution pill, then Ghost Spell does do a whole lot of wonders. Okay. This destroys one monster. Armina. This is just game if they don't have anything. I need to target the... Okay, GG. Okay. Do I? I could. The last thing I really have to get is this Eldritch bundle. I guess I might as well see if I can't get the Alt-Art Eldritch before I inevitably... Oh, or the Alt-Art Pot of Extravagance. I don't really have any decks that uses Pot of Extra, so it doesn't really matter. But hey, that's something. Vampire Sucker. Oh, Topologic Trisbana. Plus Eldritch the Mad Golden Lord. Okay. Oh, Crimson Knight Vampire Bram. Funny vampire card. And at the very least, if I don't get anything good out of this, I just kinda have UR material. Oh, a clear... I've already got a Clear Wing Rider, so that's some good UR material, but still, that's nice. And truth be told, I never got the Eldritch Alt-Art when it first came out, when it came out the next time, and I guess that's gonna continue to now. Hey, funny ruling card. Is going to... Oh, that's... First Elfland. Then... Oh, Breaksword. And... I think I already have all the synergens I could possibly need. I guess, yeah, that was just 3... Yeah, that is all the alt-arts I could ever want for. Or the synergens I could ever want for. I can get rid of 1 Clear Wing Rider. And then... already got extra. Trisbana's funny. Will I use it? Maybe? In, like, Bodhi or something? I'm not sure. Like, the only thing is, like, will I ever use Crimson Knight Vampire Bram? Probably not. That is pretty much just another Ketu to the pile. Oh, okay, hold on. Before I commit, do I want to wait until I'm a bit more through with the Duelist Cup and get a few more gems? In case I want to craft, like, in case I do, for whatever reason, end up wanting to craft any of the Archmage stuff. Probably not, but I might as well hold it. For now. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and put the break screen on now. Gonna get this up and running. I will go to the bathroom first, though. I don't think food arrives for another 10-15 minutes, so we'll probably only get through the introduction. But we'll be watching a little bit of Silksong lore via Moss Bag this time. go ahead. Move it to just chatting. Thing I actually need to do. I'm gonna move it here for a bit. Because I'm gonna need to back out of Master Duel entirely. Or this next stage at least. After we eat, we're gonna go back to the Masochist. Let's look at all of that ready now while I still can. It's not. Let us load up Mossbag video. All credits for this video go to him, of course. Okay. So, got about 10 minutes before pizza arrives. See if we can't get through at least the start. What am I expecting this time around for jokes? There might be a nice joke. I don't know if he considers that too soon, but there might be. Just like the first one. Plenty of topical meme references, definitely. Honestly not sure how much to expect out of Mossbag. I know, he doesn't work at ICE anymore. So true. He doesn't work at ICE anymore, so you wouldn't know. Let's give this a watch.
Ever since its release back in September of 2025, people have been debating what the plot of Hollow Knight Silksong even was. Why were all those bugs obsessed with their pilgrimage to the Citadel?
Watching on some Ziva.
Figures who seem to be running the place. And just who
In a
exactly is
second.
this character? Why is everyone saying her name is Hornet and calling her a spider and a worm when she doesn't look like any of those things? This video intends to answer a good 70% of these questions. We will ascend through the land
We'll
of
be lucky
Gagagigo,
to answer 70.
dissecting the game's dialogue and world in an attempt to wrangle a more complete understanding of Team Cherry's Metroid.
Oh wait, actually, Matt, are you caught up on like Silksong? Because I'm pretty sure this goes over basically the entire game. I just realized. I know Chroma is, for the most part. Chroma has seen or has been there for most of my playthrough. But are you caught up with Silksong? Or do you even mind spoilers? Okay, she did beat up. Chroma did beat up the Void. But I think the more important one, I guess in this case, is Matt, because I don't want to spoil them. Because I know they were like avoiding streams in order to play Silksong when it first came out. Didn't do 100% on creature completion. That's fair. I think you can kind of get locked out of like the mist if you don't beat up all the wraiths for that. So that one is you can kind of soft lock yourself out of in certain playthroughs. Didn't feel like it. Also fair. Go ahead
Mania
and continue, but
masterpiece.
if you...
But with how recent this game is,
not if
please keep
you
in mind that the theories shared here might be lacking a sort of refinement you would expect from
do need to
deep
bow
dive
out,
videos
that is
about
perfectly
other,
fine.
less recent video game
For
releases.
the next
Also,
hour,
please don't take everything
give or
I say
take.
in this video as gospel. I am just one of many people with theories, and nothing makes my words more inherently correct. So don't just automatically believe me when I say stuff like when the slab was built, or that the earth is round, or that now is actually a really good time to be investing in Ethereum. Oh, and this video will contain massive spoilers, not only for Hollow Knight Silksong, but also Hollow Knight. In fact, you kinda need to know a lot about Hollow Knight's story to really appreciate the story in Silksong. So if
I mean,
need a
you can
refresher on
appreciate
Hollow Knight's
it as a
lore, be sure to
standalone,
check out my Hollow
but
Knight
it's
lore
best
video
if you
first.
know Hollow Knight.
This video also contains massive spoilers for the hit 2004 film, Shrek the Third. So if you need a refresher on Shrek the Third's lore, be sure to check out my Shrek the Third lore video first. This is the somewhat complete lore of Silksong. The story of Silksong begins with Silk, more specifically Grandmother Silk, a higher being described as the primal source of all silk. Silk in the world of Silksong is spun.
Oh, is pizza already here? Pizza's here? Thank you.
I currently don't have the Game Pass, so I can only do local play. But if you want to have Magmazia,
From the soul of its creator, and has the power to heal wounds, extend life, and weave powerful runes. Grandmother Silk is also described as a pale being. What exactly are pale beings?
Pale beings?
Some might have you
Well,
believe they are great beings, worthy of praise above all others. But Hornet wouldn't necessarily agree with that assessment. While pale beings
God, I
are
need to remember
immensely
what
powerful, they don't always have the best intentions at heart. Pale beings are usually mainly interested in total subjugation from the bugs living beneath them. Hornet, a bug who is half pale being from her father, the
They
Pale
call it
King,
MBT.
explains, devotion or destruction. These
Actually,
are the only
that
fates
makes
my kind
sense.
allow.
That
And Hornet doesn't
would
hold the pale
absolutely
beings in
check
her
out
life in
if
particularly
MBT
high
was a pale
regard.
being.
She calls her father, the Pale King, a fool in the Wingsmold Hunter's journal entry, and she admonishes his wife, the White Lady, inside the Red Memory. So yeah, Hornet complains about pale beings in her diary, and also gets into arguments with them in her head. Which sounds pathetic, but she really does have a point. But this
No,
desire
don't be
for
sorry for
control
that. That
among
was
pale
good.
beings was no different for Grandmother Silk. We don't know exactly when or how, but at some point in the past, she appeared in the land of Farloom. And while we don't know the exact timeline, we do know her arrival led to the decline of other nearby civilizations. One such civilization was an order of blade bugs and hunters, ruled by Crust King Khan. At the height of their rule, Khan's order occupied half of the lands of Farloom. It seems Khan and his warriors were one of the last groups left to stand against Grandmother Silk's influence. But by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom, Khan's kingdom has been all but forgotten, and his lands eroded by sand. Another group taking up residence in the land of Farloom was the Scar, a tribe of ants united in service under the powerful warrior Queen Scarsinger Carmelita. While Hornet can still find members of the Scar tribe during her time in Farloom, they seem lost without a true nest, and uncertain if the song they hear is still Carmelita's. Carmelita herself can still be found, but her form has withered, her power faded by time. Judging by her withered body, she appears to be about 28 or even 29 years old. Another force in Farloom is Nihilith, a
But
plant-like being
I
responsible
think the worst
for
part is,
sowing the
for
first
bugs, that would
seed,
be a long
which
time.
would eventually grow into the region of Farloom known
For
as
us, that would
Shellwood.
also be a long time.
While Nihilith is gone by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom,
24
Shellwood
and I
is still
barely
filled with life, not
feel like-
fully snuffed out by Grandmother Silk's influence. On the eastern border of Farloom was the land of Verdania, home to twin princes. In a bid to avoid destruction by Grandmother Silk's kingdom, one of the princes gave his life as tribute. But these actions proved futile, as Verdania fell to ruin anyway, leaving the land as nothing but barren caverns by the time Hornet finds them. In addition to these different groups within Farloom, there was also a town far above on the surface. When Hornet visits this town in-game, however, it is completely abandoned. Playing her needle in near one of the few remaining corpses reveals the following dialogue. Friends seduced. Sweet promises whispered. The Weaving Ones beckon. It seems residents of this town were drawn down into Farloom by the actions of the Weavers, Grandmother Silk's spider children. Much like their mother, these spiders could produce powerful silk from within their shells, and they even devised various tools and charms as well. Hornet herself is the child of one of these Weavers, Hera the Beast. As for why Hera looks so different from the rest of the Weavers, the game never really explains. She's just a Weaver that doesn't look like a Weaver, similar to how there are humans who just don't look like humans. Either way, all of this means that Farloom was actually Hornet's ancestral home, tying her to the land much more deeply than she initially realizes. But what exactly were the...
That must be pizza.
Got to mention it. Until Monday. Schedule. And Dad. Figure out when.
the Weavers doing in Farloom in this time long before the birth of Hornet? And what were these sweet promises they whispered to the bugs of the land? The answer to that question would be the Citadel of
Sweet
Song,
little lies like
an
Todd
eternal
Howard.
city that has long been drawing in pilgrims from the lands below, compelling them to follow the holy path through the lands of Farloom in hopes of basking and singing in its shining light. Pilby, the little pilgrim, explains, "Our holy land calls on us. To journey up is our greatest task. Who are we to refuse? Guided by faith, we climb through flaming fields, across rolling moors, and up great gilded steps, all to reach that eternal, shining citadel." Even when Hornet arrives in Farloom, the call of the citadel still pulls in pilgrims. As the Chapel Maid explains, even now, in Farloom's long decline, the simple bugs, they're witless before it. Too grand, too majestic, too powerful. One possible example of how the Weavers pulled in pilgrims was through the creation of these bells, located in bell shrines all throughout Farloom. When Hornet rings one in Songclave, the caretaker admonishes her, saying, "That bell is rung out far and wide. The wretched and the lost will have heard its call. They'll be making their way here now." This exact same bell design can be found near a workbench in Weavenest Atla, indicating that these bells were designed by the Weavers, possibly
didn't
as a tool
notice
to
the
help draw
the bell in the
pilgrims to
Weave
the
Nest.
holy path to the Citadel. Bugs arriving at the Citadel of Song were tasked to join the Holy Song. Deep within the Whispering Vaults, Hornet can find Pious Isamor, a giant statue of a pilgrim. While some of Isamor's dialogue is fractured, it seems to be telling pilgrims arriving at the Citadel that their true
I actually
service can
didn't
now
meet
commence.
Pious Isamor.
That service being
Maybe
to
that's something
raise their
that's locked to
voices in
Act 2,
song.
but I'm not sure.
Pilgrims arriving at the Citadel could become members of the choir. Devoted members could even rise to the ranks of chorister, reed, and grand reed. They all joined in to see the Citadel's holy song sustained. But hidden beneath the beauty of the Citadel is a cruel system of subjugation designed to trap bugs into a life of endless toil. As Hornet explains, these poor bugs
That must be pizza then. One moment. Oh, I don't have a napkin. But pizza with garlic bread is here. Now, okay, the thing is, I'm hesitant to put it up to 1.25 speed because Mossbag tends to meme at like 75 miles per hour. But I want to go 1.25.
All are
A
victims of
little
the
bit
Citadel and
faster.
its insidious attraction. This place draws them up into its maw, only to consume them utterly. A good example of this can be found in the Underworks. Bugs are forced to work down there in inhumane conditions, being forced to spend what little rosaries they have every single time they want to rest at a bench. There's a rosary-operated confessional for bugs to use, but the message it gives is automated and tells the bugs that their sin must be cleansed by working harder. We can see this mindset internalized by Loam, a bug endlessly running on a treadmill, believing that the Citadel will eventually reward him for his hard work. Me cannot rest. Us works, and Citadel breeds, and them's above do sing, and all is right. And when us works enough, them sees it. Her. Them sees it, and us gets us holy reward. Hornet can actually help Loam work by running on a nearby treadmill. After 45 seconds or so of running, a single rosary might pop out of the device, further illustrating how the faith of these bugs is exploited for labor. Another example of a bug fully buying into the Citadel's religion is the Old Penitent. The Old Penitent is a bug locked away in the slab, a prison complex built to punish those convicted of sinning against the Citadel. But the Old Penitent doesn't view his situation that way, saying to Hornet, "Prisoner? I understand you not. There is no prison here. This is a holy place of forgiveness. Please, speak with reverence." Even after being freed by Hornet, he refuses to leave, saying, "By the grace of the Citadel, I am here as a penitent. Here I can hide from the shame of my sins, until they are withered away by time. Leave this place? Please, strike me down dead before you speak such blasphemy again." The Old Penitent also has the following needle in dialogue. "From wastes, from darkness. Drawn down, blessed call. Sisters, accord. Silence above." This dialogue seems to indicate that the Old Penitent was one of the bugs from the nameless town above. He was drawn into Farloom by whispered promises, and found himself locked away in a prison cell he can never leave. But the cruelty of the slab doesn't just end with the prisoners. Even the jailers are
Ends
trapped
with the
here.
wardens.
The Old Penitent explains, they too are penitents. In a past age, that caste committed their own sacrilege against the Citadel, a sin long forgotten, but so grave that their offspring and the offspring of their offspring carry the guilt with them still. To serve here is their only hope of absolution. The fate of the Guardflies makes clear that the Citadel is just about using guilt and sin as justifications to force bugs into endless servitude. Hornet is generally a fairly nice person, always trying to help people and do the right thing, but even she has no sympathy for the Guardflies, and genuinely wants them all dead. She's like me with grubs. Given what can happen to Hornet during the events of Silksong, I can't really say that I'm surprised she feels this way. Hornet even hopes that killing the matriarch of the jailers, Broodmother, will end their race for good. But if she returns to the Broodmother arena, it turns out a new broodling has already appeared to carry on the species. But for some reason, the game won't let Hornet kill the baby. This is an example of
actually?
ludonarrative dissidence. But these aren't the only bugs born into a special kind of service. The Squirm of the Blasted Steppes were seemingly chosen by the Citadel to act as judges of the pilgrims approaching the Grand Gate. A lore tablet just outside a Squirm nest reads, "Bug born of Farloom, you have been chosen. May our Citadel's holy gilding harden your soft shell. Stand eternal as our arbiter, that no bug-bearing sin shall step within our sacred halls."
Oh,
Plays the
okay.
needle in for the Squirm found here. They will beautifully sing, "Let's grow holy. Let's grow stronger. We are chosen. All are chosen. We will serve. All will serve." It seems from birth these creatures are brainwashed by the Citadel.
Okay, that
into
actually
believing
makes
that
more
they are doing
sense.
holy work by using a mallet to brutally bash in the heads of any pilgrim they happen to think is guilty of sin. Similarly, the Vaultborn, found in the Whispering Vaults, are literally raised in dark vaults and then forced to become scroll readers for the Vault Keepers. Unlike the Broodling, Hornet can kill the baby Squirm and Vaultborn, so hopefully Team Cherry will patch the game so you can actually kill this thing. But the Citadel's system of cruelty didn't just stop with the borders of the Citadel itself. The bugs underneath also fell victim to its whims. One such area affected by the Citadel is Greymoor. According to Krull and Benjin, the two best characters in the game, Greymoor used to grow all sorts of food, but at some point the Citadel ordered these bugs to instead dedicate themselves to catching the silk dregs that drifted down from the Citadel and respool them. As a result, the bugs of Greymoor had to resort to a less involved form of farming, breeding muckroaches for their disgusting roach guts. The smog and exhaust of the Citadel was rerouted using the exhaust organ, and dumped into current-day biowater, polluting the region and incurring the hatred of the Stillkin, a faction of swamp dwellers skilled in trap setting. Now, I know a lot of you watching this are huge fans of Biowater, and of course I am too.
Yeah.
But in the lore, the creation of Biowater should be seen as a bad thing. The Citadel
Yep.
even turned on their own warriors.
It is indeed a
There
bad
once was
thing
an order of pinwielding
for everyone
mages known as
involved.
the Pinstresses. As the
Not just
last remaining
Hornet.
member of the cast, hidden away at the edge of the blasted steppes, explains, "Our Grand Citadel learnt well from the training of Pinstresses past. Then it went and turned those teachings upon us. Despite our superior skills, our numbers have always been few, and their strength overwhelmed. Of my once revered order, only 2 of us remain, wormed away in Farloom's forgotten corners, and my pin sibling, she's lost herself to more peaceable pursuits. The only other living member, Seamstress, has given up her violent past, instead turning to stitching and sewing, but the decommissioned automaton near her home indicates that she was indeed a powerful warrior at some point. A third Pinstress
So,
can be found
I
in
always thought
Peterborough
that was
Cuts, but she's long dead by the time
Lace's
Hornet finds
needle,
her.
not hers.
It's not clear why the
But I guess
Citadel
that actually
targeted
all
these women.
makes more
Perhaps their strength
sense.
was viewed as a threat to the Citadel's order. I mean, who wouldn't be afraid of this absolute beast? Bugs from the Forge home were requested to relocate to the Deep Docks, under the promise of holy esteem from the Citadel. And bugs of the Deep Docks that were not fulfilling their duties were punished by 4 brothers Cygnus and Gron, although the extent of all this is unknown. The Citadel demanded everything they possibly could of these bugs, even trying to deny them death itself. A bulletin board located in a Ventrica station reads, "Due to unacceptably high injury and unsanctioned deaths, Ventrica travel shall henceforth be denied to all. For Farloom Eternal, a bug who serves must never die." The Citadel doesn't want its bugs to die, not out of any concern for the bugs themselves, but because dead bugs can't serve the Citadel. All of the Citadel's cruelty was in service to continuing its song eternally. But what exactly is this song the Citadel is making pilgrims sing, and what does any of this have to do with Grandmother Silk? None of these pilgrims even mention her. To answer these questions, we have to talk about the Citadel's true purpose, that of a cage. Maskmaker explains this for us in no uncertain terms. At one point, Hornet can say to him, "You speak of the Citadel. Its former function has failed, but I can still sense its purpose, some. It is church and cage
Church
both."
and cage both.
To which Maskmaker replies, "Aye, devised by your ancestors, that monstrosity, and their wicked, clever minds. A system, or a web they'd likely call it, a way to keep their mother sealed in slumber, and themselves free to lavish in their false rule." With this dialogue interaction, we know that the Citadel itself was actually a system devised by Hornet's ancestors, the Weavers, as a way to keep Grandmother Silk trapped in slumber. This is alluded to in the poem displayed at the beginning of the game, Farloom's
Yep.
Folly. The poem reads, "They see your beauty, so frail and fine. They see your peace, woven of faith and toil. They forget your heart, bound in slumber and servitude. When you wake, they shall see your truth, a beast's nature bare to all." This poem is specifically about the relationship between the inhabitants of Farloom and Grandmother Silk. The first line describes how the bugs of Farloom perceive Grandmother Silk's beauty. This might be referring to her silk, or the fact that Grandmother Silk fuels the existence of the Citadel. The second line emphasizes that Grandmother Silk is only a piece due to the faith and toil displayed by the bugs of the Citadel. The third line states that Grandmother Silk is bound in slumber and servitude.
More
We can see
accurately,
this
the
clearly
song.
when visiting
Yeah.
the cradle at the top of the Citadel. Grandmother Silk can be found here, sleeping inside a giant cocoon of silk. Underneath this cocoon, we can see that several strands of silk have been pulled out in parallel. The bugs of the Citadel have constructed a giant loom to extract the precious silk from their sleeping monarch. They have even made this image of the cocoon inside a crook, the symbol of their entire kingdom. But the last 2 lines of Farloom's Folly tell us that Grandmother Silk's subjugation won't last forever, and once she awakens, the bugs of Farloom will have to face her true, beastly form. I wonder if this will be important later. It seems this slumber was achieved through the
Oh, it will
song
be
sung by the
important.
pilgrims of the Citadel. Inside the Whispering Vaults, Hornet can find the corpse of the Vault's pontiff, accompanied by a sacred psalm cylinder, a device containing the melody of the Vault Keepers. Vault Keeper Cardenius explains, "Only our pontiff lived long and low within our vault. They held the melody, jealously, covetously, a learning for the highest Vault Keeper, and them alone. A truth they were told to have found, there in the dark, something within the melody or the words, something to set them silent." We're never explicitly told what that melody contains, but playing the needle in near the pontiff's corpse reveals the following messages. "Damned bugs. We prayed a cage. We sang your chains. Divine silk." This indicates that the songs and prayers of the Citadel were actually designed to imprison Grandmother Silk, and this truth was hidden from the bugs of the Citadel. This appears to be corroborated by the Weaver lore tablet located near the Weaver corpse spire in Moss Home, which reads, "Sister, spider, husk bound to moss, watch over these bugs born low, raised up by fervor fostered, born and caught within our web unknowing." The pilgrims weren't even aware of Grandmother Silk's existence. Instead, it was the Weavers that were seen as holy. Weaver effigies found throughout the land show that the pilgrims prayed to the Weavers, viewing them as graceful, blessed, and even divine. Even by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom, massive burial spires dedicated to the Weaver corpses can still be found, with plaques built by the pilgrims stating that they offer song to the Weavers eternal. Even some of the inhabitants of the Citadel hold deference to Hornet, referring to her as a first child. But why exactly did the Weavers turn on Grandmother Silk in the first place? Was she just a really callous and cruel monarch, similar to Lord Farquaad in the 2001 hit film Shrek 1? Our best glimpse into what life looked like for the Weavers while living under Grandmother Silk is from the memory of Widow, the only Weaver still alive in Farloom at the start of the game. After defeating her, we see a memory of the Weavers playing harps as Grandmother Silk watches over them. The following dialogue then appears on screen. For her light, eternal. Our song sustains. We know that Grandmother Silk does want song, as the Silk Heart memory in whiteboard says the following lines. Their voices, their song, to devote, eternal. They are ours, bound forever. So before the Citadel, the Weavers had to sustain song for the Monarch eternally. The Weavers must have felt trapped in the system and decided to create the Citadel, using a new song to put Grandmother Silk to sleep and enthrall the pilgrims of Farloom in their fake religion. Through this action, the Weavers not only obtained freedom from sustaining the eternal song, but they also came to perceive themselves as the rulers of Farloom. The harps the Weavers first played the eternal song on for Grandmother Silk can still be found in the cradle, falling completely into disuse.
Song going
A
without
third memory
them.
of Widow can be found here, likely because she is the only Weaver still loyal to Grandmother Silk, but we'll talk about her more later. Aside from Widow, another Weaver Hornet sort of meets is a being known as First Sinner. This Weaver's lore is also very difficult to make sense of, but seems relevant to our current discussion. First Sinner can be found locked away in a cage sealed with runes. Inside the cage, a Weaver corpse can be found. She offers to bind her strength to Hornets, but unlike the other corpses, this action actually awakens First Sinner, who tries to murder Hornet. However, this fight appears to take place in some kind of memory, as opposed to in real life, since dying in this fight doesn't spawn a cocoon. So it seems First Sinner is just a memory here, not actually alive. If First Sinner is defeated, Hornet witnesses a memory from her revealing the true nature of the Weavers. It seems Grandmother Silk actually evolved the Weavers from Farlids, common bugs found in Farloom. First Sinner reflects on this revelation saying, "She called us daughters. She called us divine. She lied."
And she
Hornet
lied.
even mentions that the Farlids remind her of herself in some way. First Sinner's rage seems to be a mixture of feeling cursed with silk, given to her by Grandmother Silk, and being cursed to know the truth of her nature. We also know she had the power to weave silk into blazing runes, which she uses extensively in her fight. As a side note, in the game's code and concept art for First Sinner, she is referred to as First Weaver. So perhaps First Sinner remembers the truth about the Weaver's origins, because she was the first Farlid to
Was
ever
that
be
actually
transformed.
Ooh.
So why was First Sinner locked up? The tablet placed over the cage says the following. Penitent, first of the first, guilty of the sin of apostasy, penance by constriction, absolution denied. One possibility is that First Sinner is the catalyst that set off the Weavers turning against Grandmother Silk. Perhaps she was imprisoned by Grandmother Silk for calling her a liar and revealing her secret, and this convinced the other Weavers to turn on her too. At one point, First Sinner mentions, "Our Silk, our rage," perhaps implying that she led the first resistance group against Grandmother Silk. This interpretation gives us a good motive for why the Weavers turned on Grandmother Silk, but I have a few issues with it. We are told the Citadel was devised by the Weavers, and describing First Sinner as a penitent feels very much in line with the Citadel. They are the ones who came up with the entire faith and toil system, not
Well, it is
Grandmother
hidden
Silk.
away.
Second, if Grandmother Silk chained up First Sinner, why is she still chained up now? Why wasn't she freed or given a proper burial? Third, we see the
Milf
Citadel
Mother
sigil,
Silk
the Silk Cocoon,
Based.
on the cage itself, further supporting that this cage was created by the Citadel. I think it makes more sense to say First Sinner was imprisoned by her fellow Weavers. In this case, the sin of apostasy committed by First Sinner was claiming the Weavers weren't divine. This revelation would have been devastating to the Weavers' control of Farloom. They needed to be seen as divine by the Pilgrims, so they decided to seal First Sinner away, regardless of whether or not they even believed her. I think this explanation ties in better with the information we have to work with. As for the "our rage" line, it seems First Sinner is mimicking a lot of the dialogue found near other Weaver corpses. All the other Weavers say, "our silk, our memory," not "our rage." First Sinner also calls Farloom accursed instead of haunted, and she kind of lies to Hornet about letting her bind her. So I think some of First Sinner's dialogue can be explained by her being a bit deceiving, compared to her sisters, who are a bit more straightforward about what they want from Hornet. Alternatively, our rage could imply other Weavers joined First Sinner's anger, but were also imprisoned by the Weavers running the Citadel. Overall, I think First Sinner's fate is a reflection of just how far the Weavers will go to cling onto their rule of Farloom. They would much rather imprison one of their own kin than admit the fact that they aren't divine beings. Perhaps that was the only choice they had to keep the web of the Citadel from collapsing. Regardless, it seems the Weaver's reign over the Citadel was not destined to last. We know at some point control of the Citadel was handed over to the Citadel bugs. Conductor Balador tells us this explicitly when he says, "The mantle of rule, claimed greedily from Farloom's fading first children, those bitter Weavers. It was yoke, not crown." In Balador's possession is a rune harp, an ancient Weaver recording instrument containing the last words of the Weavers, which reads, "Sisters, spiders, the burden is past. These simple bugs shall bear it in full. Never to cease, never to silence. We shall die, and pray that one may come of silken strength enough to weave us free." This record and Balador's comments tell us that running the Citadel was a difficult task, and at some point the Weavers decided to flee Farloom. In the lower lands of Farloom, Hornet can find strange gates barring access to various weave nests. In these weave nests, it seems the Weavers schemed against Grandmother Silk. In Weaveness Atla in Moss Grotto,
Wait from
Hornet
her
can find a
eyes.
lore tablet that reads, "This low her gaze escaped. Prepare, sisters, weave hope anew, that we might break free this accursed web born of our naive foundation." It seems at some point during their rule, it became clear to the weavers that they could not keep Grandmother Silk trapped in slumber using song forever. Instead, they would have to devise a new plan to deal with her. One such plan was Eva, also found in Weaveness Atla. Eva is a strange being confined to live her life within an iron shell. She is a child of the weavers, but created from rune and shell instead of more traditional methods. There are two other aspects regarding the nature of weavers I have yet to mention. First of all, it seems there are only female weavers, considering they always refer to each other saying sisters. This is similar to how all Labubus are female. So that's pretty cute. Second, weavers are born with a curse that makes the act of conceiving a child excruciatingly painful, rendering it a near impossible task. I was unable to find any information on if conceiving a child is excruciatingly painful for Labubus, unfortunately. As someone who also finds the act of getting pregnant extremely difficult himself, I relate a lot to the weavers here. I suspect this aspect of their nature is due to Grandmother Silk, and the idea that she made them like this supports the idea that she only ever wanted the weavers so they could serve her. You might wonder why the weavers created such a cruel system with a citadel, but it seems they didn't have the best
The
role model.
Lububa line
Not all
from
weavers were
Lukia
doomed
is
to the
becoming
era.
more and
Horn
more
explains to Eva that her
obvious.
mother was able to overcome the curse's limits, which sounds impressive until you remember there are dozens of little weavers running all over Deep Nest and Hollow Knight. Hopefully Team Cherry will explain exactly what's going on with these things, because as of right now, it makes me uncomfy. The weavers weren't too happy with their creation, though. A rune harp found in Weaveness Atla reads, "Hide her deep, the despised child, our shame shown in shell of iron. She is a wish-cast vain, divinity mimicked in form too frail." It seems Eva was an attempt by the weavers to create a divine being capable of usurping Grandmother Silk, but she failed to be the powerful being they had hoped for. This is similar to the events depicted in the hit film Shrek 2, where Shrek and company created the giant gingerbread man, Mongo, who also tragically suffered from his form being too frail for the task assigned to him. Another attempt by the weavers to stop the awakening of Grandmother Silk was through the creation of the snare setter. One can be found in Weaveness Atla, and needle and dialogue observable there shows the weavers hoped it could be used to keep them free. Eva explains the purpose of the snare setter more plainly. Small things, but tests for larger forms. I still remember their thoughts as they worked, their desperation and their hunger. Another hopeless attempt to wrest their freedom. All ended in failure, of course. In Weaveness Merglin, in Vilewater, a lore tablet mentions that the weaver's silk will wane at some point, perhaps indicating that the weavers knew their power was fading. The strangest place a Weaveness can be found is deep below Farloom, in the Abyss. The Abyss in Farloom is very similar to the one found in Hallownest. It features the same void tendrils, a lake of void, and massive spires. There's even hints of the ancient civilization here too. At one point, Hornet refers to the void as being below all things, perhaps indicating that no matter where you are in the world of Hollow Knight, if you go down far enough, you'll find the Abyss.
Will be
in
there.
Weaveness Absalom, there is evidence of the weavers researching the void. A rune depicting the void tendrils can be found, and it seems the weavers were able to collect void within glass jars. But it doesn't seem like the weavers went much further with any of their void experiments, as nothing here seems to have been used against Grandmother Silk at all. In fact, it doesn't seem like any of these traps or mechanisms worked. The only thing left the weavers could do was flee. In Weaveness Syndril in Farfields, hidden in a secret room, Hornet can find a map depicting pathways out of Farloom. The nearby rune harp reads, "Flee, sisters. Flee until your strength exhausts.
I did
So
find
far
that.
you may
Okay.
escape at last her silken sight. To start anew. To sustain. Free of web and service eternal." So to briefly summarize, it seems at some point during their rule, the weavers realized they couldn't keep Grandmother Silk in slumber indefinitely. Whether that was because they weren't bringing in enough pilgrims, or because of their own waning silk, or because 90% of the bugs in this kingdom can't sing for shit, it was clear something had to be done. The weavers experimented with creating their own god, but that didn't work. They tried to construct a tool to bind Grandmother Silk tight, but that also failed. So ultimately the weavers decided to flee Farloom. The only problem was that doing so would end the Citadel song, hastening Grandmother Silk's awakening. To combat this, the weavers decided to hand the Citadel over to the bugs themselves, tricking them with a technique we in the crypto space call a rug pull. Despite their flight, the weavers didn't entirely
Leave them with
It seems the
the
weavers prayed for
song.
one of silken strength to one day come and free them from their web. A few weavers even stayed behind so that they could help the savior should they ever make their way to Farloom. The weavers also left servitors to watch over their weave nests and await their return. By the time Hornet arrives in Farloom, it seems there are three main factions in charge of running the place: the Conductors, the Vault Keepers, and the
And
Architects.
the architects.
The game isn't exactly clear when these different factions took shape within the Citadel. It appears they've been around since before the Weavers left, given that both Vaultkeeper Cardinius and the 12th Architect seem well aware of the Weavers. These three factions were also given the threefold melody, which pilgrims needed to reach the cradle. The Conductors seem to have the most responsibility, declaring edicts, sanctioning projects, and even getting directly involved with various experiments within the Citadel. They also seem to be in the know about the Citadel's true purpose as a cage for Grandmother Silk. Given Conductor Romano's incredibly ominous poem, Farloom's Folly, as well as Conductor Ballador's possession of that one extremely incriminating rune harp. This knowledge seemed to weigh heavy on the conductors. Ballador questions if he would have ever accepted the duty if he had known the cost. And of course, Conductor Romano's poem seems to indicate a sense of disdain for the Citadel. While we never see Conductor Romano in-game, we do see a conductor's mask all the way on the edge of Farloom. Whether this was Romano's mask or not, it seems one conductor chose to flee Farloom for good instead of bearing the mantle of rule. I'll be honest, I'm sure being a conductor isn't the easiest job in the world, but it's gotta be better than being the guy who has to feed maggot gruel to muckroaches all day. It's gotta be an order of magnitude more difficult, I swear. The Vault Keepers were charged with guarding the secrets of the Citadel. The scroll readers spent their entire lives reading and memorizing prayer scrolls. They also kept psalm cylinders of various prayer songs that could be played back using the proper equipment. From Vault Keeper Cardenius' dialogue, it seems the Vault Keepers viewed the acquisition of knowledge as a way to transcend their own minds and bodies. Vault Keeper Cardenius is also interesting in that he really hates the Weavers, calling them cursed and implying that they bring death wherever they go. So it's possible the Vault Keepers were aware of some nefarious deeds done by the Weavers during their rule. But Chakra also calls them vicious, so it's possible the views on Weavers changed all over Farloom after they left. The architects seem tasked with maintaining the Citadel itself, creating the cogwork core, as well as developing new technologies for the Citadel to use.
Like
Much of their craft is owed to the tools created by the Weavers themselves. And similar to the Weavers, it seems the architects were also interested in creating life. The first architect designed the first cogwork heart, which was used in the Sentinels, an order of knights that served the Citadel. According to the 12th architect, the Sentinels ventured, even beyond these walls, to see all bugs brought forced safe to serve the Citadel. The use of the word forced here kind of makes me think the Sentinels were kidnapping bugs to work in the Citadel, but the Sentinel we meet in-game is pretty nice, so I really don't want to believe that they did something kind of problematic like kidnapping. But it wasn't just the Sentinel robots that the architects
Chances
created.
are that
The numerous
means they
cogworks enemies
kidnap
that populate
bugs.
the core
Okay.
of the Citadel also owe their construction to the architects. But the source of their power seems to come from somewhere else. Whenever one of these machines is destroyed, these strange white flies escape from their shells. These flies are never directly referenced by anyone in-game, but in the files they are called silk flies. And these things show up all over Farloom. But where exactly do they come from? I believe the answer to that question can be found in the White Ward, a sub-area of the Citadel that provided the setting for horrible experiments. It's here where bugs of the Citadel had silk injected directly into their shells. It seems this was done to extend the life of the bugs. The caretaker explains,
backfired.
just think of them greedily shoving the silk into their shells, the madness that overcame them. Eternal life for mortal bugs. The Citadel's reasoning for this can be explained by a lore tablet found within White Ward that says, Oath of the White Ward. While song must be sung, none may falter. Infirmary, sickness, death, all are banished from our Citadel. In other words, the Citadel couldn't afford to lose bugs to death because they needed to continue singing the song, keeping Grandmother Silk in slumber. If bugs did die, their bodies were cremated so the silk could be recovered. This process of recycling silk over and over again caused the wills and pain of these bugs to live on through the silk, trapped in a state of torture even after death. But it seems the bugs of the White Ward went even further with their experiments. It seems the silk flies, found inside of the Cogworks bugs, were also created here. Inside White Ward, we can find a strange device, referred to as a silk siphon within the game's code. Huddled around this device are these silk flies. We can also see silk flies trapped inside this container, and an identical container can be found in the center of the silk siphon. One of these containers can also be found on the ground next to the 12th architect. Playing Needlin in the silk siphon room reveals the following dialogue. One line in particular is interesting to me. To
serve beyond shell.
To the right of this room is a chamber filled with hundreds of corpses. A choral commandment can be found at the end of the room, which reads, Bug of voice grown hoarse or shell fallen frail, you have been selected for duty most sacred. Become our light, our guide in darkness, that others worthy may climb to join the holy song.
Silk flies
So it seems
are
the Citadel was transforming the silk-infused souls
deceased
of bugs into
bugs.
silk flies that could be used to provide light for the Kingdom of Farloom, as well as power the various automatons working within the core. Even massive constructs like the 4th Chorus release several dozen silk flies when they're destroyed. Given the silk flies seen on the 12th Architect's corpse after they die, it seems the architects were also powered by silk flies. The only exception to this I found is the Cogwork Dancers, which we know were created not from the soul of a Farloom bug, but from the soul of one of the princes of Verdania. When speaking to the Green Prince after defeating the Cogwork Dancers, Hornet says, his soul is now free from that shell of iron. It seems Weavers were still in Farloom when the silk flies were created, since we can see a few of them in Weavenest Atla. We can even see some of them in the Carmelita memory, so it seems they've been around for a long time. We know that some things changed throughout the lifespan of the Citadel, but it can be difficult to track down exactly when these changes took place. For example, in one section of the Citadel, there's an unused statue base. The statue that used to be here was likely Pius Isimor, who was at some point hidden away within the Whispering Vaults. Pius Isimor mentions that the Citadel is built from simple stone, bare and unadorned, but that is certainly not the case by the time Hornet arrives in Farloom. So when did these changes happen? Pius Isimor does mention that the Citadel was bequeathed to the bugs by the Weavers. Bequeathing can mean to give something, but it also has a sense of handing something down. So it's possible the gilding of the Citadel didn't take place until after the Weavers gave control of it over to the Citadel bugs. But the wording is vague, and I don't get the sense that the Citadel bugs would necessarily be more interested in turning the Citadel into some gilded shining city than the Weavers were. One big change that almost definitely took place after the Weavers left was the completion of the Citadel core, which seems to be referenced in the last Edict of the Conductors, which reads, "And lo, is eternity sustained. By Architect's Claw, we welcome that final form, of dial and rotor, and soul gladly given. The perfect, unfaltering voice. The cogwork core is a massive structure of cogs and shafts in the middle of the Citadel. We know from the 12th Architect that the core was built to sustain the song. The core is filled with cylinders with pips on them, similar to what you would see in a music box. And we know from the Cogwork Clapper journal entry that there are bells and cymbals within the depth of the core. And at the very top of the core are rows of statues capable of producing song. So basically, the act of sustaining the eternal song could be done automatically using the core. Even the maintenance could be done by the Cogwork automatons. This might even explain why the elevator at the entrance to the Citadel goes down into the underworks instead of up into the Citadel proper. If pilgrims aren't needed to sing the eternal song anymore, they can just be directed down into the underworks. It seems this was the final state of the Citadel under the rule of the Conductors. Bugs were either toiling away in the underworks, locked away in the slab, or trapped as silk flies inside the Cogwork shells, created by the Architects. The bugs themselves were replaced by the Cogwork core, so not only was the religion itself fake, but the ones doing the worshipping were fake as well. The Citadel's promise truly was an empty one. As the caretaker puts it, inside and out, it's nothing but a grand gilded lie. And despite all the harsh schemes devised by both the Weavers and the Citadel cast, Grandmother Silk continued to awaken from her slumber. Conductor Ballador admits to Hornet that this outcome was inevitable, saying, "The mantle of rule, claimed greedily from Farloom's fading first children, those bitter weavers. It was yoke, not crown. Now in our Citadel silence, we share their truth. Only one monarch's claw ever clutched this kingdom, though we raised our voices to cry otherwise." The Citadel cast was finally forced to face the same reality the Weavers had. Even in her subjugation, Grandmother Silk was still the only true power in Farloom. At this point, it seems the Citadel finally fell silent, with only the automated Cogwork core left capable of sustaining the song. But it wasn't enough. We aren't exactly sure when this happened, but at some point the land of Farloom became haunted by Grandmother Silk. Her threads reached down from the top of the kingdom, starting with the bugs in the Citadel, and eventually reaching all the way down to Lower Farloom, binding the bugs of the land to her will. These threads can be seen occasionally when bugs are defeated, as well as when Hornet places her needle in near them. But what exactly does the haunting do to these bugs? At the top of the marrow, Hornet can discover a mysterious building. Inside, a grunting bug and strange squelching sounds can be heard. An operating table can be found in this room as well. It seems a bug obsessed with the haunting started cutting into bugs to examine the effects of the haunting itself. This bug, known as a learned pilgrim, was actually going to have their own quest, but was ultimately cut from the game.
I didn't know
The
that.
hauntings can still be found written down on a lore tablet, which starts, "In the air, the water, everywhere."
Apparently it got
After
cut.
generations and generations of using silk,
I would have
Farloom has become
liked
covered in
to
silk threads.
see
This can be
it,
seen
but I think it would have been a
most clearly
bit
in the Citadel.
too late
The tablet continues.
where he was.
Inside their shells, twisted inside, guts, tightest around heart, pulsing rhythm. The silk has even made its way into the shells of bugs, wrapping itself around their very hearts. The presence of silk here is likely due to the experiments of the White Ward. Hornet and the caretaker come to the conclusion that the threads implanted into the pilgrims from the experiments there would be carried down into their offspring, making the bugs of Farloom even more susceptible to the haunting. The tablet finishes, "Sick, alive, dead, something worse, deeper, must look deeper." The haunting doesn't just enslave the wills of living bugs, but it can also reanimate bugs that have already died, allowing Grandmother Silk to puppet them from above. Under the haunting, bugs long dead rose to their feet to mindlessly continue the tasks they had in life. Pavo, from Belhart, who was caught in threads in a similar way to the haunting, describes the experience as not particularly comfortable, saying, "It is difficult, upsetting even to think. Strange, sad memories, not my own, and my own thoughts smothered amidst the tangle. If one could choose to connect themselves to something grander, that curse may seem a wonder. For myself, it now seems a horror." According to the dialogue from the Silkart Memory and White Ward, it seems Grandmother Silk is seeking union with the bugs.
One mind, one
So it
union.
makes sense that foreign thoughts would invade Pavo's mind as such. While the haunting's power was strong, it didn't enslave everyone. Some
It's like
bugs,
the
like
Radiance.
Podcatcher Reed and Balo, resisted the force that claimed their peers. It's not clear why some bugs were able to resist the haunting's power. Benjen and Krull, the two best characters in the game, share their own theories about it, saying, "The haunting? Oh, we've got that all worked out. Benjen and me are a right pair of philosophers when we bend our minds to it. It's faith that gets you. It's all caused by being too devout." Yeah, or maybe not being devout enough. Or maybe it's safest not to think about it at all. We could all learn a thing or two from these wise men. At some point, probably during the haunting, Grandmother Silk also created her own children entirely out of silk, phantom, and lace. In the Silkheart cutscene after defeating Lace in the cradle, we get some dialogue hinting at Grandmother Silk's motivation for creating Lace. Better a child spun mad than none.
Than none.
Better a child spun frail than none. Better a child spun pure than them. One to wish our waking. From our silk, a child born loyal. So it seems Lace was created to be a loyal replacement for the Weavers who betrayed Grandmother Silk in the past. Caretaker describes Lace as follows. Look of a child and a mind to match, but her's been up wandering this citadel longer than most, even in its long silence. Way fore you came and roused its ire. So Lace is kinda like a 1,000-year-old kid, like you see in those Asian cartoons. So that's kinda weird. But then again, the Knight
just a
Hollow
little
Knight is technically using the body of an unborn fetus when you think about it. So maybe this is par for the course for Hollow Knight lore. The point is, it seems Grandmother Silk really emphasized the child aspect of Lace when creating her, perhaps thinking that would make her more loyal. But that plan created its own problems, as we'll see. Phantom is the other daughter created by Grandmother Silk, but she appears to be deteriorating by the time Hornet finds her hidden away in the exhaust organ under the Citadel. Her Needle dialogue contains lines like forgotten and discarded, implying that Grandmother Silk wasn't as invested in her as she was Lace. But despite their different stations in Farloom, Lace and Phantom share a similar tragic fate. Inside this area is an empty tank. Playing the Needle reveals a thread memory of Lace talking to her sister inside the tank. The dialogue reads, "She spun us to fade. She spun us to break. Why us, sister? Why us?" Lace seems to resent her mother for her form, saying, "This weak, wasting existence. This was not life, just a husk shaped to act as a child." Lace's Hunter's journal entry also claims that it would take a lot of silk to maintain Lace's form. So it seems Grandmother Silk's silk-spun children were fragile creations. Phantom has come to accept this by the events of the game, asking Hornet in her Needle dialogue to free her from her fading fate. Lace, on the other hand, still isn't too happy about the whole being born frail thing. Huh. I wonder if this will be important later. At some point during all this, choir bugs were sent out from Farloom to track down and retrieve the Weavers and their kin. The cages used to transport these Weavers can be found in the cradle, giving us insight into where they were captured. A frail bug with 1/8 Weaver ancestry was found in the Sand Sea Waste. Another 1/8 Weaver was mortally wounded and taken in the Black Barrens. And a 1/4 ancestry Weaver was staked to serve and taken under the City of Steel. We can also find a coral commandment possessed by one of the bugs that kidnapped Hornet, which reads, "Full chamber to the kingdom of the White Worm. Claim the Weaver in half part. Last of their line. Send strong with silk. Resistance anticipated. Quell with rune cage." What's interesting about this line is the phrase, "sensed strong with silk," which possibly implies that the Weavers could be sensed from Farloom, possibly explaining how the locations of the Weavers were known. It seems most likely that Grandmother Silk ordered these Weavers captured. Her exact motives are never directly stated, but it seems likely to me that Grandmother Silk wants these Weavers for their silken strength. Maybe she intends to bind these Weavers to herself, making her even stronger. While we know several Weavers were brought back to Farloom, only one can be found alive in-game, Widow. Widow is a pretty mysterious character in the lore. According to Hornet, her mask was forcibly removed, and heavy pins were stuck in her spine to keep her from making her own silk. Widow is a fanatic for Grandmother Silk, and a thread memory of her worshipping her in the cradle can be found. Widow is a bit crazed when Hornet finds her, and that seems to be the result of her mask being removed. We know from Hornet's interaction with Maskmaker in this game that masks can, in fact, alter a creature's personality. But who exactly removed Widow's mask, and why? One theory is that Widow is the 1/4 Weaver who was captured and staked to service. That would make some sense, since Widow has been literally staked in the back, and is now serving Grandmother Silk. However, the stake to service line might be referring to what state this Weaver was in when they were first found by the choir bugs, not the ultimate fate they faced once back in Farloom. Aside from that, some of Widow's dialogue makes me think that something else is going on here. When she meets Hornet, Widow refers to her as spawn of those who dared to flee. This line implies to me that Widow didn't flee Farloom with her sisters. Otherwise, it would come off a bit hypocritical. In her thread memory in the cradle, she says, "Of the first, the last," and "Our mother, true." These lines imply Widow has a much more direct connection with Grandmother Silk, as opposed to being only a 1/4 Weaver born somewhere outside of Farloom. I suspect Widow was the only Weaver still alive in Farloom after all the others fled. As for the
I imagine most of the half and quarter Weavers look a lot different
Perhaps Widow was punished by her fellow Weavers for continuing to support Grandmother Silk,
other Weavers,
even after she was put to
because
sleep.
Hornet is only half.
Why wouldn't they just imprison her like they did for Sinner? Maybe Grandmother Silk cruelly had Widow punished for the crimes of her fleeing sisters, and then kept her around as a servant.
Granted.
Or maybe Widow did it to herself, forcibly pulling her own mask
And Tara
off,
also
similar
looks
to pulling
significantly
out
different
one's
than
own
most
teeth,
Weavers,
as
but
some kind of demented demonstration of fealty to her mother. Nothing is strictly confirmed though, and I'll be curious to see what theories evolve around this character. As for the Weavers that did flee Farloom, it seems their goal was still to create a child that could usurp Grandmother Silk. One of these groups ended up in Deep Nest, where one of its members, Hera the Beast, became queen. Deep Nest bordered a larger civilization called Hollow Nest, ruled by the Pale King and the White Lady. At some point, the Pale King asked Hera to become a dreamer, a role which would require her to fall into an eternal sleep. Hera agreed, but only if the Pale King gave her a child. The exact details of what happened next are far too dangerous to discuss here on YouTube, so please type this URL into your browser if you really want to know. Either way, the result of
Oh,
all this
no,
was
no,
the birth
no,
of Hornet.
I will not.
We see during the Red Memory in Act 3 of Silksong that the Weavers were watching over Hornet closely, hoping to draw out her Weaver nature, saying, "Prove yourself."
I'm surprised
more
there
Weaver
hasn't
than
been as
firm."
many
But Hera challenged this, telling Hornet,
themes
"Ignore them, daughter."
as
Hera
there have been.
whispers, "Greater, grander, Weaver, Guardian, Queen, those are their desires, not your own. Certainly not mine. Only if you resist them, you might see it. Another hope, beyond." So it seems the Weaver saw Hornet's strength as a pale being, and hoped that she would finally help them defeat Grandmother Silk. Hera, on the other hand, seemingly had no interest in this plan, encouraging Hornet to forge her own path. There's just one wrinkle to all this I just don't understand. During the events of Hollow Knight, we see that the Weaver's den in Deep Nest is completely abandoned, save for one Weaver which can be spotted watching the night. According to the Weaver Song charm found in this area, these Weavers actually left Hollow Nest for their old home, Farloom. But if that's the case, what happened to them? The Weave Nest tablets make it pretty clear that they wanted to stay as far away from Grandma Silky as possible. The only possible indication of where the Hollow Nest Weavers went can be found in Weave Nest Absalom in the Abyss. In this Weave Nest, Hornet can find the Far Sight item. This item allows observation over vast distances, and can tell Hornet the state of the world. In the real world, this would be a horrifying mass surveillance device, the likes of which only exist in fiction stories, like the classic novel 1984. But in-game, it basically means the player can now see the game's completion percentage. There are a lot of parallels that can be drawn between this item and the Pale King from Hollow Nest. The design of the object itself vaguely resembles him. The Pale King has an ability
that's a
to detect
stretch.
foresight, allowing him to know the future to some extent.
I do
The
see
lore
the
tablet
connection,
derived
but
from
that's a
Hollow
bit
Knight
of a
and the Black
stretch.
Egg Temple also gives the world sensibility, which allows the player to see the game's completion percentage. The rune effect in the Farsight cutscene also resembles runes we see in the cast-off shell, so it's possible the Weavers designed this device after encountering the Pale King in Hollow Nest and returning to Farloom. If that's the case, where are they? Another possibility is that the Weavers encountered a different worm than the Pale King, and that's what inspired them to build the Farsight. We just don't have quite enough information to say for sure. One way or another, Chorus Bugs were sent to Hollow Nest. They eventually captured Hornet within a rune cage, and carried her all the way back to Farloom. And now we finally made it to the events of Silksong proper. It's at this point I want to thank a few people for their help on this video, talking lore with me and sharing ideas, as well as the Hollow Knight wiki community in general, for just being really cool. Also the modding community as well. It took a bit of time for the wiki and mod communities to build up around Hollow Knight when it released back in 2017. So it's
Yeah, it was a
possible
lot more
parts of the
niche
community
back then.
tear Silksong apart like a pack of ravenous hyenas on the Serengeti. It honestly brings a tear to my eye, and I don't even cry that much anymore. As the party arrives in Farloom, a silkfly appears out of nowhere and breaks the rune on Hornet's cage. Hornet escapes from her captors and begins her long trek up to the Citadel, telling the Chapel Maid
Oh,
that
that
she'll
might
stick to
actually
the
be a
Citadel if the Veiled Bugs would go to
a
such
funny
lengths to
emote,
bring
just
me
a-
here. I intend to find out why. Along the way, Hornet will meet beloved
Sad,
characters,
but
such
with
as
a
Quiet
spoon.
Pilgrim, Fearful Pilgrim, Aged Pilgrim, Tall Pilgrim, Solemn Pilgrim, Worried Pilgrim, Dejected Pilgrim, Wary Pilgrim,
Just a sad spoon.
Exhausted
Exactly,
Pilgrim,
yeah.
Pilgrim Preacher, Humble Pilgrim, Scared Pilgrim, Horned Pilgrim, and everyone's favorite, Mort. She'll also find corpses of her dead ancestors, who have waited for her arrival so they could share their strength with her in hopes that she may dethrone Grandmother Silk. Hornet will also face some of her greatest threats yet, such as lava,
Oh, cereal.
spike traps,
Exactly.
thorns, rocks, bells, steam, and other such obstacles worthy of challenging a godlike being such as Hornet. Hornet can bear witness to many strange rituals along her way. She can find
Oh,
pilgrims
they
enthralled in
can
worship,
throw
she can
down
break
even
pregnant
with the
bugs
bet.
still in control of their senses,
Even
and she
with
can
the
even learn to
bench.
play almost 10 whole songs on her
Bench.
Needlin. Hornet can even stumble upon a strange cult of burning bugs obsessed with flame. Deep within the thicket, Hornet can find the father of the flame, a giant totem and god, containing the burning corpse of an aged bug. Huh, I wonder if this will be important later. Depending on how she ascends Farloom, Hornet can also be attacked by Lace in Deep
Actually, I don't
Rocks.
think that
Lace
was
is
important
conducting
later.
silk flies in this scene, perhaps indicating that she is the one who
Instead,
freed
no
Hornet from her
women, no
cage at the start
cereal.
of the game.
Exactly.
Lace seems jealous that her mother is more interested in Hornet than her, so she has decided to kill Hornet to keep her from reaching her mother at the Citadel. However, if Hornet takes a different route to the Citadel, Lace will just show up and taunt her without actually fighting her. A true hater. In her journey, Hornet may also come across Haunted Belheart, a town whose citizens have been strung up by silk into the air. Hornet describes a situation like this. The thread sickness. I've seen its like upon the roads, but there it does not discriminate. The curse that strikes the town, it is driven, focused, a cold use of silk at a concerning scale. Upon investigating the area, Hornet discovers the culprit, Widow. While not the source of the silk itself, Widow can play music upon it to manipulate the silk to her whim. Widow curses the town as a gift for Grandmother Silk, and now sees Hornet as another offering she can give her mother. Once Hornet defeats Widow, she binds the ancestral art Needlin. From here, Hornet has two paths to the Citadel. She can either ring the 5 bells located in the bell shrine scattered throughout Farloom and fight the last judge at the peak of the Blasted Steps, or she can venture through Sinner's Road to find the Mist, a strange region of warped space in Farloom full of silkflies and vengeful wraiths. By playing her needle in for the silkflies, Hornet can find her way to the exhaust organ and defeat Phantom. Upon defeating either Last Judge or Phantom, Hornet will gain access to the Citadel. Hornet arrives at a seemingly empty Citadel, until Lace appears again to taunt her. Hornet tells Lace she knows a higher being is responsible for the haunting overtaking Farloom. Lace mocks Hornet, telling her that she has no chance of defeating Grandmother Silk. Hornet replies by saying, "I found those who claim themselves a god can rarely match the title, and experience tells me even gods can fall." After this interaction, Grandmother Silk lets out a scream, and the Citadel comes to life at the haunted husks of Citadel bugs. Once Hornet reaches the top of the Citadel and defeats the Cogwork Dancers, she must complete the threefold melody, recovering the 3 separate songs held by the Architects, Keepers, and Conductors. But before she can get the melodies, Hornet will have to fight one of the most complex and thematically rich characters in Silksong, and perhaps even all of fiction, Trobio. Trobio is a tragic character. His dream was to bring the Citadel back to life through the magic of the Great Stage. He called upon Hornet to be his partner in reigniting the flame that fuels the land of Farloom. The two danced a dance of unparalleled beauty, with every step, every turn, every goddamn exploding ball executed exactly as choreographed. But then tragedy struck, when Hornet straight up murders Trobio for real, live on stage. Trobio made the ultimate sacrifice for Farloom, and now he's dead forever. And yet, he lives on in the hearts and minds of children all over the world. Thank you.
And just lives off in general.
Parts of the threefold melody was meant to be impossible. Hornet mentions that the climb through the Cogwork core to reach the Architect's melody would be near impossible for a normal bug, and Vault Keeper Cardenas states it was against the law for a Vault Keeper to share the Vault Keeper's melody with a non-Vault Keeper. These roadblocks to completing the threefold melody might play into the idea that regular bugs were never actually supposed to be able to reach the top of the Citadel to learn the truth about Grandmother Silk's imprisonment. Hornet plays the completed melody to the statues and is finally granted access to a lift that
I had more fun with that guy than anybody else.
At the top of the lift,
that's
Hornet
fair.
finds Lace, waiting for her in a field of flowers. After the battle, the two finally discuss Lace's true nature. Lace expresses frustration at her silken form, viewing it as a cruel mimicry of life. Hornet tries to console her, but Lace is having none of it, and promptly dies. With Lace out of the way, Hornet finally confronts Grandmother Silk, the Pale being responsible for everything that's happened up to this point. And I'll be honest, I didn't expect her to look like this. She's not bug-like at all. She's like some kind of weird woman. This is what a woman looks like, by the way. After defeating her, Hornet binds Grandmother Silk to herself. As she does so, her crest expands immensely, and her masks transform into Weaver-style ones. Hornet's binding results in the entire Citadel getting covered in a thick web of silk.
That is what a woman
see
looks
Hornet's
like.
body curled up inside the cradle as she grows additional pairs of arms. This ending is referred to as Weaver Queen in the game's achievements menu. It seems this was the end goal of the Weavers. Much like Eva before her, Hornet was an attempt by the Weavers to create a being capable of usurping Grandmother Silk. The Weaver Queen ending is not a happy ending for Hornet.
Does that mean she has guilt energy?
Following the predestined path the Weavers wanted for her, with her body becoming even more Weaver-like in appearance. But we know that was Hornet's true desire.
Grandmother Silk. I feel like you know the answer with Grandmother Silk.
Make your play to oust one ruler and claim her place? To which Hornet replies, "I'll not deny some part of me desires that outcome. Dominance, it seems, is baked deep in my blood, as too, no doubt, for the one up top. And yet, another part resists. A part, over time, I find myself siding with more. That part wishes not to claim a monarch's mantle. Rather would see my freedom regained, and this kingdom's bugs unshackled from their pale chains." So if the Weaver Queen ending is a bad ending for Hornet, are there any good ones? Well, let's look at the Twisted Child ending. To get this ending, Hornet has to bring the Twisted Bud item to Greyroot, a strange creature located in Shellwood. Doing this lets Hornet access the Rite of Rebirth quest, where Greyroot injects Hornet with a parasite that limits her silk and removes her ability to equip tools. To remove the parasite, Hornet must seek help from Yarnaby in Greymoor, a doctor kicked out of Belhart for her questionable medical practices. But Hornet can actually just keep adventuring around Farloom instead of dealing with the parasite immediately. This can lead to some interesting interactions. Eva will bar Hornet from entering her chamber. Any Wardenfly that catches Hornet in a cage will be killed by the parasite. Tip and Pill will refuse to let Hornet make deliveries. But the biggest change comes from when Hornet defeats Grandmother Silk while still infected. Both pale beings will get tangled in the parasite's roots and be turned into some kind of hardened plant material. Then this happens.
An entirely new being
so I don't
is
think
born.
That's a particularly good ending either. But the
Oh,
bad
you can
endings
even
don't
see.
stop there. There's actually another ending that was cut from the game called Strung to Serve. From what information I've seen, this ending was originally going to trigger if Hornet hadn't rung enough of the Bell Shrine bells across Farloom. There's a cut line from Caretaker implying these bells weaken Grandmother Silk. In the final game, these bells just unlock one of the two paths to the Citadel, so they aren't quite as important as they might have been earlier in the game's development. In this ending, Grandmother Silk overpowers Hornet at the end of the battle. We get a shot of what appears to be some kind of fusion between the two beings. This being then sends threads down to the hapless pilgrims below. So in this ending, it seems like Grandmother Silk succeeded in taking Hornet's strength, and is now free to enslave all of Farloom to her will. So that's a really, really bad ending. But don't worry, I'm sure the next ending will be good, right? Well, no, it's
Surely.
not a good ending. It's honestly not even really an ending. If Hornet helps enough people in Farloom, the caretaker will eventually suggest to her a method to trap Grandmother Silk. This involves collecting the souls of the caretaker's remaining relatives left in Farloom. These souls include the Chapel Maid in the Moss Grotto, the Bell Hermit underneath Bellheart, and a deceased bug whose soul can be found in Bilewater. Both the Chapel Maid and the Bell Hermit give their souls willingly.
I like
but
how
the
you
remaining
can't
soul,
see
the Seeker's soul,
remaining
is a little more
souls.
difficult to obtain.
The Seeker's
At some
shell,
point,
you
this bug
can't see
traveled
it.
into Bilewater to seek the help of the Stillkin. But instead of working with this bug to fight against the Citadel, the Stillkin killed him and took his soul. Hornet has to infiltrate the Stillkin's home, Bilehaven, and defeat them and their leader, Grohl the Great. Now, I have the feeling people are going to try and make the Stillkin out to be the bad guys here. But I'll be honest, if the Seeker was anything like the Caretaker or the Bell Hermit, I don't blame the Stillkin for doing what they did. I will stand with Grohl the Great here, and I hope you do too.
Game is no
The Caretaker
good,
also
I don't know.
instructs
Only
Hornet to seek
slightly
even
best
a backer
endings.
for the Weaver's prototype weapon, the Snare Setter.
Kinda.
Hornet gives these three
At least
souls
not
and
until
Snare
the
Setter
end.
to the Caretaker, who then sets up the trap inside the cradle. Hornet then challenges Grandmother Silk. After defeating her, instead of binding,
arguably
Hornet plays
the
an
best
illegal
ending
attack
is
into the
just
Caretaker's trap. But something
Hornet
unexpected happens.
takes over
A large
for
circle of
Grandmother
light from the
Silk and
Snare Setter appears
hopefully
beneath Hornet and
rules
Grandmother Silk.
benevolently.
The art assets for
with
this thing
massive
imply that it's
quotation
actually opening
marks.
a portal directly to the abyss. The void starts to pull
Yeah.
Grandmother Silk in,
Bad to
who in
slightly
turn
less bad.
grabs onto Hornet, attempting to drag her down as well. But this scheme is thwarted by Lace, who cuts Hornet free and falls into the void with her mother. The two disappear into a giant black ball of void that then collapses in on itself, creating a shockwave that shakes the entire Citadel. But just as things seem to have finally ended, void-covered silk threads reach up through the ground from below. This concludes the snared Silk ending. But instead of putting Hornet back to before the fight in the save file, this ending triggers Silksong's third act, called Abyss. Hornet awakens to find that all of Farloom has been altered, with environments wrecked by the appearance of black threads, NPCs killed in the quakes, and enemies possessed by void. Hornet travels back to the ruined chapel where she confronts the Caretaker, the Chapel Maid, and the Bell Hermit, who we learn at this point are actually snail shamans. It turns out their fascination with the void led them to try and use it in combination with the Snare Setter to trap Grandmother Silk in the abyss. The
I
only
don't like
problem is
void
Lace
cross.
also fell into the trap.
No.
This has caused Grandmother Silk
Understandably
to
so.
violently resist against the void, continuously creating more silk to keep the abyss from consuming her daughter. And at the same time, void-infused threads connected to her cocoon have shot up into Farloom, threatening to destroy the entire kingdom. Hornet resolves to travel to the abyss to investigate. She heads to the deep docks to seek the help of Ballo in using the old diving bell to drop down into the abyss. Ballo obliges, but the age of the bell causes a malfunction, leaving Hornet stranded deep below Farloom. Hornet
Okay,
looks
so
for
this is
Grandmother
canon
Silk,
event.
but discovers that she has been submerged within the Sea of Void. Lace, never one to waste an opportunity to mock Hornet, somehow astral projects herself into the room and tells Hornet there's nothing she can do to save Farloom. Lace explains that she saved Hornet as an act of rebellion against her mother for creating her so frail, and seems to relish in the idea of dooming her mother and all of Farloom along with her. But Hornet remains determined, claiming that she will acquire the bloom that repels the dark. Hornet returns to the top of the abyss, only to find that the diving bell has disappeared, so she has to climb back out of the abyss herself. It's at this point that the music from the 2019 reveal trailer starts playing for the first and only time during the entire game. Now, I've watched that trailer
Alright.
probably over 300 times in the last 6 years, and it was honestly kind of weird not hearing all the sound effects from the trailer. Hopefully Team Cherry will patch the game to add them back in. I really think that would make this moment even more epic. Hornet returns to the Snail Shamans and explains that she must
Maybe.
retrieve an Everbloom.
I'm on Lace just shows up and says,
We see what it's like
You
with the
done?
exact same type of flower in
You
Hollow
done
Knight,
screwed up.
going by the name Delicate Flower. Grey Mourner, one of the Pale King's 5 great knights, brought the delicate flower from a faraway land, and requests that the knight take the flower to the grave of her dead lover, the Traitor Lord's daughter. I don't know what it is with Team Cherry and tragic dead gay lovers, but if you are gay or have a gay lover, and Team Cherry wants to put you in their game, maybe stop and think about it first. If the knight
Yeah.
tries to give the delicate flower to the White Lady, she declines, explaining that the flower contains a rare power. She also tells Hornet in the Red Memory that the Everbloom is the first light. The knight can give the flower to the Godseeker, but while she recognizes it as rare and pure, she can't detect any godliness from it. However, giving the delicate flower to Godseeker actually unlocks an alternate ending for Hollow Knight. The Godseekers in Hollow Knight are attempting to attune to the Radiance, who they detect as the highest god in all the land.
Hmm?
When the knight first arrives in Godhome, a dream realm inside the mind of the Godseeker, she is not impressed, calling it a cringer. But if the knight continues to clear the pantheons, defeating boss after boss, the Godseeker begins to take notice of the knight. Upon defeating the Absolute Radiance at the end of the Pantheon of Hallownest, the knight seems to take on a new form, referred to in-game as Void-Given Focus.
the one
After this
I
transformation,
couldn't
the
really
knight
do.
begins to leak out from the
I
Godseeker, with
definitely
void
can't
tendrils
do
lashing
Pantheon
out from her
5.
body.
And you,
However,
I'm also
if the Godseeker is holding the delicate flower, Godseeker and
Dang,
Holy
I'm so
Cooking
straight, I
disappear,
looped right
leaving
back
only the
around to
flower with a
being
single stained
diagonal.
petal. So it does indeed seem like the Everbloom can
Okay.
repel void. Whether or not this event in Hollow Knight is the memory Hornet has of the Everbloom is unclear, though. The White Lady calling the Everbloom the First Light implies this flower might be a primordial force in the world of Hollow Knight. It's described as having a pale light, maybe indicating that the power found within all pale beings is connected to it, but for whatever reason, only these flowers can repel void. Due to her nature as a weaver, Hornet can access things like the Everbloom from her memories using silk. So I guess it kinda works like Essence in Hollow Knight, but instead it's silk, because what can't silk do in this universe? They can make frickin' laser beams out of silk, for God's sake. However, Hornet needs a spell from the Snail
Yeah,
Shamans
that's
to
fair.
actually access the
Yeah.
Everbloom. The Snail Shamans tell her they can cast the spell, but it will require a tremendous amount of power. They tell Hornet to seek the Old Hearts, the strength remaining from the former rulers of Farloom, Crust King Khan, Scarsinger Carmelita, and Nihilith. The Shamans then teach Hornet a new song on her Needlin, Elegy of the Deep, which will allow her to access the memories of these bugs from when they were in their prime, so basically like traveling to a pocket dimension. This is similar to the film Shrek Forever After. Hornet finds the Old Hearts scattered all across Farloom. In the wind-blasted sands of Karak, she can find the corpse of Crust King Khan, hidden away in the Coral Tower. He's even got all his soldiers with him, aura farming even in death. Makes you think. In Upper Shellwood, she finds a shrine built begrudgingly by the Citadel in honor of Nihilith. The shrine itself is protected by Shrine Guardian Seth, who stops any bug who would try to approach it, killing them if necessary. It's not clear where Seth came from, or why he's even in service to Nihilith, but it seems like he's under some kind of spell, considering his personality
Crusty King
completely changes
Krabby,
after Hornet defeats
oh.
him, revealing himself to be a total gamer. Finally, a Hollow Knight character I can relate to. Well, him instead.
I love that
On
guy.
the east end of Farfields, Hornet can find the withered frame of Scarsinger Carmelita, who's gotten a little bit bigger since she was young. I've heard this is what protein powder does to you. Playing her newly learned song will allow Hornet to battle Khan, Nihilith, and Carmelita in their prime, and claim their hearts for the Snail Shaman's ritual. Hornet can also, completely unprompted mind you, track down the Green Prince on the border of Verdania and murder him while he mourns the loss of his lover. Hornet will then call him vain in her murder journal. What the fuck, Hornet? This means Hornet can actually acquire 4 Old Hearts. Whichever one she doesn't give to the Snail Shamans will get put on a shelf in her bell home. What is her problem? Upon bringing the Old Hearts to the Snail Shamans, the trio cast their spell, sending Hornet into the Red Memory, a dream space flashing back to moments of her past. We see the Weavers influencing Hornet from
Well, that's the
age,
only
encouraging
time
her to
he's
embrace her
really
Weaver
ever
heritage.
broken
We
character.
then see Hera telling Hornet to forge her own path in life.
Murder
but
is
she's
a
not
problem,
bound to follow
exactly.
the desires of her Weaver kin. Good mom. We then see Hornet training with Hive Queen Vespa, the ruler of the Hive, a location hidden away in the far reaches of Hallownest. The idea that Hornet was trained by Vespa was mentioned by Ari Gibson all the way back in 2017, but he implied the relationship might not have applied anymore. But 8 years later, Team Cherry has finally confirmed it. Now, you might think that this interaction finally explains why Hornet's name is Hornet, but the game technically doesn't indicate that anywhere in Vespa's dialogue. For all we know, Hera just named her that. At the end of the Red Memory, Hornet confronts the White Lady, who defends her actions regarding the creation of the vessels. In case you forgot this minor plot point from Hollow Knight, the Pale King and the White Lady created the vessels by dropping their children into the abyss and allowing the void to hollow them out. One vessel was chosen to contain the Radiance, a vengeful moth god who has infected the kingdom of Hallownest with a sickness that preys on the minds and dreams of its citizens. Not only does this plan fail, as the Hollow Knight wasn't pure enough to contain the Radiance, but countless more vessels, including the player character from the game, were abandoned in the abyss. Hollow Knight's story is about the player character, the
Comes
Knight,
right on
coming to
up.
terms with its past and deciding the fate of Hallownest on its own terms. So, all things considered, not the best showing by these two higher beings. And Hornet even calls the White Lady out here, saying she would never resort to such a weak scheme for salvation. The White Lady responds with pity, and finally offers Hornet the Everbloom. I think this sequence serves as Hornet rejecting the excuses of her divine kin. It seems Hornet views their actions as coming from a position of weakness, while Hornet has come to find the strength to craft the world exactly as she dreams it. And through that strength, Hornet will choose to save another from the void,
I doubt-
instead of sacrificing an
I
entire
think
generation of
other
offspring
people
to it.
have
Hornet's resolve is reflected
mentioned
in
that
journal
he's
entry
kind of
for Lost
wrong for
Place,
this
which
opinion.
reads,
And
"Dwell
Nicole
the
Reeves
mother's rage,
is
and
he's
see the
just
kingdom
brain
say,
tumors.
I will claim her back.
Yes.
This one, the dark shall not
As it
take."
kind of is just
Hornet
what they
awakens
are.
in the Snail Shaman's hut, but all 3 of them are now gone, save for their shells. They seem to have used all their energy when casting the spell, and faded away. Let's have a moment of
Okay.
silence for the Snail Shamans, who bravely gave their lives for Farloom. Anyways, here's my tier list for them. With the Everbloom in hand, Hornet returns to Deep Docks, where Ballo has fixed the diving bell. Hornet descends into the abyss again,
And,
where Liz stops her to chat
imagine
one more time,
mossing that
saying,
bag.
"Take the final plunge, Spider. Join us in my drowning palace,
You can
and
mess
let
that
Oblivion
bag.
swallow us all." Hornet rebuffs Lace, saying, "Oblivion may take you, child. My own life I shall not sacrifice. I have survived the fury of your land. I have borne its barbs and its blades, and I have seen wonders behind its dangers. But always, child, I remain a daughter of Hallownest, and the void below all things, that darkness I will fear no longer." This is the last line of dialogue in the game before the true ending, and it's also the only time in the entire game the word Hallownest is spoken, which, considering Hollow Knight is 8 years old at this point, I think legally qualifies as nostalgia bait. You hate to see it. Hornet then begins her descent into the lake of nothing below. Hornet arrives in a silken sphere created by
I guess it
Monarch
makes
Silk.
sense that it would be
Pale
the
Monarch
only
is seen
time we
inside,
see
bare of silk.
or hear
Lace
Hollowness.
finally appears, but this time corrupted by Void, referred to in-game as Lost Lace. Hornet proceeds to beat the crap out of her, slowly freeing her body from the corrupting Void. Once Lace is finally cleansed by Hornet's blade, Hornet asks Grandmother Silk to give her enough silk so that she can escape the Sea of Void and return Lace to safety. However, as Hornet and Lace rocket through the Void, the petals of the Everbloom disintegrate. The ever-hungry Void tendrils take this opportunity to strike, but are stopped by none other than the Knight, who has arrived in Farloom with the rest of the Shades. We even briefly see the Knight's focused form, indicating that the Knight has likely been elevated in power by the ritual of Godhome in this timeline. We never really got a sense of the Knight's desires in the events of Hollow Knight, but I feel the Dream No More ending was about the Knight and its siblings destroying the Radiance, not because they wanted to save Hallownest or anything, but because they wanted to free the Hollow Knight from its suffering, trapped in the Black Egg, separated from its siblings. The Knight also choosing to help Hornet, another one of its siblings, implies that the Knight really does care for her. And it's not like Hornet also didn't help the Knight as well, guiding it towards the King's Branch so it could learn the truth of its conception. So the Knight helping Hornet here is another example of how Hornet helping others leads to the world of Hollow Knight being a better place, at least in some ways. The Knight returns Hornet and Lace to the surface, the void threads around them dissipate, the two awaken, and Lace has a bit of a laugh while Hornet hits her with the Weaver Stare. This ending is called Sister of the Void. Farloom and its White Knight have been saved from complete destruction, and the system of endless song and toil has finally been eradicated. But now that we've talked about Silksong's story in detail, just one question remains. What is this game even about? Maybe it's a story about lineage, and how we shouldn't let our ancestors decide our fate. Or it might be a biting criticism of how religion is a tool used by the powers that be to extract labor from the unwitting proletariat. It could be an examination on the nature of
They're
truth
gonna
and how
know
the web of
a
lies we
Corey in
spin
the house
will
joke.
inevitably ensnare us. Perhaps it's a story about the relationship between mothers and daughters, and how mutual love and respect should be shared between them, with no strings attached. Or maybe spiders are just assholes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That was quite the watch. I spent a bit more time than I wanted to, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and throw this away. And then it's time for the math. Numbers. Not getting good with the gear of it. Yes, I will potentially see you later, Chroma. Now, that's your Duel. Break. I am going to. So, actually see what was there. This was 10 packs? Oh, it's 10 packs. Okay. It's technically 17 packs and 7 wins, 7 losses. Okay. It was 10 pies, of course. Okay. And very quickly do extra replay. Although, quickly involving Draco Tail is probably a bit of an overstatement. Tenpai scares me. Ooh. Here we go. When Cartesia, Lucius, Double Femina, Super Poly. Okay. 40 card main, 50 card extra versus 40 card main, 50 card extra. I'm not sure what the opponent is playing, but they are going first. Let's see what they can do. I think Tenpai scares a lot of people. Oh boy! Eshtira. Add a Riseheart. Planet Pathfinder. Add the Planet Wraithsoth. Riseheart. Banish. Or summon. Add Tier Cache. Tier Cache. Banishing the Kashtira Ogre. Mill 3. It gets Shangri-Ira. Oh my god, I hate Kashtira. I would beat a wild Kashtira player. We also get Femina and Lucius. Setting Flame. Setting Ketsu. Rosalion, bouncing the Shangri-Ira. Probably the best place we can get it. Birth. Ooh, Birth. To summon the Ogre. Banishing Unicorn. That banishes a Urgula. That sucks. Overlaying for them Dark Armed Dragon of Annihilation. 57 times in chest and their hands just like Carl. Popping the Ketu. Popping the Flame. Set to pass. Preparations. Okay, we're gonna go for the Fenrir right away. Lucius. That's Pan. Rahu. Using Pan, add a Femina. Regulamel. Femina. Pan. Destroying one. They're not using the Gulamel. That gets a Ketu though. Femina setting a Sting. Ketu getting a Pyroxyle. Femina. Does that do they issue Gulamel now? They do not. For another Arthalion. Why are they not chaining the Gulamel to pop the other back row? Yeah, that sets the Horn. Pyroxyle set the Rahu. Thalion for the Femina. And phase. Summoning the Unicorn. Actually, does that? Summoning the Fenrir. Fenrir. Add Riseheart. Yosis. Not. Ooh. Femina. Fusion summoning for Garura. That does hit the birth. Hitting the Femina. Femina. Ding. Gulamel. Hopping the birth. Okay. Getting a Lucius. Preparations gets to banish one from the hand. Unicorn gets to banish one from the extra deck. Banishing the Starving Venom. It's for Lucius. Riseheart. Summons itself. Banishing the Kashtiosis. Kashtiosis gets to add. They get to go Horn. Bouncing the Riseheart hand. Shuffling one back and adding a Maxi in the process. Do they have anything else to do? And you know what? Maxi just for the sake of it. They get to go Typhon. Yes, they don't even get to bounce the Gulamel. That's funny. Or bounce the Arthalion. Artesia gets added to hand. Artesia. That gets hit with a... That gets hit with an Imperm, but we have the red reboot. They set a Macrocosmos, but it doesn't even matter. We have the outs. Getting Secretarion Dragon. Ulamel. Steer preparations. They get to summon a monster from our hand. Ulamel. Battle phase. Beating over the Fenrir. Fortunately, they need some else. Shuffling the pan. Summoning the pan, yep. Summoning the Lucius. Lucius popping the Typhon with the Ulamel. It seems to be almost guaranteed to be in the bag for them. They just need Philia Regis, Arthelion, Regis, popping the cash preparations. Bouncing itself back to hand, banishing the preparations. Arthelion. In phase. Artesia gets added back to hand. And unless you have anything else, Macrocosmos. Okay, Fenrir or Unicorn is an option. That is fair. Banishing the Philia Regis. Battle phase into the Gulamel. Now, we still hit Arthelion into Unicorn. 18 face Cartesia. Gets hit with Imperm, that's fine. Excuse me. But realistically, unless... I don't think there's any draw that wins it. Well, Ogre is a start. Finishing for Mysterion. Excavate the top 5. Banishing the Druisworm is fine. Beating into the Mysterion. Oh, I see how that works. Okay. Banishing the Typhon. Gets to add. So, we're not using the Rahu right now. For whatever reason. Which I guess it doesn't really matter. We need something that can out. We get the Fallen of Albaz. That might be enough to out it. That's kind of a difficult situation. Like, if they have Imperm, we just lose on the spot, though. Okay, we win. Like, no questions asked, we win. Titanic Clad, Garuda, 3000, 25, and 36 face Frigate. GG. Kashtira, player is no more. Okay. An interesting duel to say the least. Let's see if we can't do anything in Masochist. So our deck basically didn't change even from last time. I don't really think there's really anything to add from last time. But we will have to see from here what we can do. Okay. Well, okay then. You know, we don't question the wins, we just take them. We take the wins even if we don't deserve them. We didn't do anything. Okay. Let's keep going into the fruits of the sinful. I think there is merit on going into some of the other ones, but I think ideally I kind of want more stuff that I can use. Like, ideally, the Soul Ascarion, he's honestly not that bad. Like, it's really great for recycling stuff. You can do a lot with it. I think there's some merit to getting it. I think ideally that's the one I want. Unless... oh, we don't get lucky. I'll go back. Origin, Queen Azumina, Momomoko, Marsh Mirror Force, and Agilaria. Man, that'd be good if I cared about Labyrinth. Like, actually speaking, that would be fine. But I don't need Labyrinth cards. An Astor might be something. Old Penguin, Stripping Partner. Got counter. When a counter trap is activated, negate it, destroy it. Threatening Roar is honestly not the worst, but Puppet Rook, another Puppet Rook, and Ignoble Knight Black Onzalin. Nothing. I was hoping we would get lucky, but I just didn't get anything worth it. Is this going to be a no response from the game server? Because I recognize that name. There was no response from the game server. Yep. Classic Wooly. There's no response from the game server. Okay. So, what's interesting? I can go set 1, normal summon. Hope to bait out something. Because I'm assuming this is an actual opponent. 44 cards in that main, 15 card extra. This might actually be a real opponent. set. Sky Striker. Gotta get Ray. Let's get a Ray. A0, yep, this is a real opponent. Engage. Engage for engage. Jamming waves. Trying to play around the set. Kinda hoping they wouldn't. Do you zero here? I'm gonna go for Hayate or Kagari. Get mobilize. Gonna go Kagari. They don't realize that neither can be destroyed by battle. Gonna go for Hayate this time. Yep. Hayate. This time above. Doing another linkage. Go for Suzuku. Contributing with Hamp. Ooh. Okay. Turn one card. In for every 3 shuffled. Shuffling 4. They're shuffling everything except for N. But they're adding an engage in the end phase. I see it. Wait, didn't they add... Yeah, they added that with Shizuku. They have to return the Hamp to hand. Why did they think doing this... Two spells engrave. Imperm? That's fine. Do they have a second ray in hand? Is that why they're doing this? Go for Pit Knight early just because. Tricorn. Targeting the Sure Lane. Got a Bestial? It's not a Bestial. Okay. What do they have? Barely nothing else. We good to go. Talons of Sure Lane. Well, there's Raigeki. Makes the Talons of Sure Lane useless. At least I get Pit Knight early in the end phase. And, yep, they did have Ray. You know what's funny? They kinda just have lethal here. Like, they're going through all these hoops, and they really just add lethal with... Okay, so... Going for Widow Anchor. They did have enough to draw one. Setting Widow Anchor. Gonna go for the 0. They are not. I imagine they probably just go... Not even going for the Widow Anchor here. Okay, here they have to go for lethal. They must go for lethal. They must know how to go for lethal. What are you doing? Is this just a bot? This is just a bot. That just clicks every button it can. And somehow wins. Because they're missing lethal. By a decent amount. I get to go for like a Duel. They go for another 0, which they already used. They used the tribute effect, but not the summon effect to add. I mean, there's very clearly something going on. Like the Duel. Upping the deal. Does that? I mean, I guess it makes sense why they pop the Pit Knight early instead of the Duels. And they're just using every single effect they can when they do it. The worst part is they actually win because of it. Obviously, if I was playing an actual constructed deck, there's a very real chance that I could win if I had the right hand. But even against the bot, this is strangely well coordinated. Did they use all of their zeros? Unless they're playing 3. Why did they not send the one in their main monster zone? Setting the evenly matched. This has to be a real person, right? And they're just playing full constructed. Alright, that gets rid of the Widow Anchor. What did they add? They added the Hornet drones. Obviously from here they have to add the adding Lemon's Gate. They have enough Sky Striker spells in grave. They have enough for one. So I guess return the Sewer Lane, sure. Oh wait, no, it's for 2. Because it's for every 3, right? Yeah. Engage. After linkage. I don't think, other than just having a battle trap, or like having Divine Wrath as opposed to the Snake Eye spell would have been better in my situation. I'm not even really sure what I would have sent off of that. Correct, even having the Sinful Spoils spell in the first place would have been better. Alright, that's another loss for the ratio. Second. Okay. This does nothing. Okay, you are down 1 maxi. Cool. Is this full power synchron? Oh no. I think I'm just dead regardless anyway. Again. Maybe it would have been better to just not normal summon. I mean, okay. Unless they decide to pack it up themselves, I just lose. So let's just go next. Apparently Silver 4 is where we start reaching the actual constructed quality decks. Unless... Ooh, the Jungler. Cyber Dark. Cyberduck Worm. 1 for 1. Go for the level 1 Cyber Dragon. It's either hers or core they're going for. Presumably core. They're sending hers. Is hers on... Is core on normal summon or special summon? I thought it was only on normal summon. Oh, they're going for Naxter. Add a Cyber Dragon. Special summon. Then you can add a Cyber Dragon Spell Trap. Why did you... I mean, I guess they're going surrender, so they can't combo up anyway, but still, why did you surrender? Right, another 2 for the... Another 2 for the legacy packs. And another pack for the sinful spoils. Golden Fan. Oh, level 2 just not destroyed. That is next to useless. Soul Tiger. Basically just a defensive body, but I don't need those at this point. Just a unit. Oh, it's old. It's equal to or lower than the attack of this monster. Hyper Ancient Shark Megalodon. Target one monster your opponent controls, destroy that target. Okay, for what it's worth, that's honestly not bad. But it's also very hyper-specific, to the point where I don't think we can really resolve that one that often. Okay. Please. Please. Scenario. Is that a reptile? Precious summon. Beyond battle phase, this card destroyed a once monster by battle. Show this card special in 2 level 6 below fire and obtain name from your deck, but effects are getting finished. Base. Okay. Hyper Snowman Creator. This card is summoned. Create another of ice counters equal to the number 1 monster you control. Place them on base on monster your opponent controls. Then if you place 3 or more ice counters on this deck, destroy 1 monster your opponent controls. Shrine a warrior. Okay. Well, House of Wax is nice. And I don't need any more June Moons, thank you. This is kind of what makes me think I should potentially do the other pack as well. Because at least there might have the potential to get some extra, like, summons or some more utility cards. Okay. I have the hope that Cycling Gear Gamma is enough to carry till next turn. This Albaz, it's Buster Blader. Okay. With the target from your field to hand. Okay, that's fine. Now special summon monster from the extra deck. I'm assuming they're gonna go. Or shop, how are you doing today? Welcome in. Okay. Bennett? Was destruction. Then one card from your hand, add this card to your hand. This card doesn't really do anything. Unfortunately, just have to pass. They get to draw one, and they get free tribute fodder. Okay. Hopefully Talons of Shirlane will carry. Potentially. Out in here. Masochist. If you are familiar with Master Duel Masochist, it is basically use various... Oh dear. Use... Open Master Packs one by one to slowly upgrade your deck. In this case, I've changed the rules a little bit differently for this. Starting Timaeus, okay. Yeah, it's basically just limited. Better or for worse. Need... Dark Paladin. Oh dang. When a spell card is activated, discard a card, negate the activation. Dude. Okay, it'd be funny if the draw off of Santa Claus actually came up, but unfortunately... Actually, if I get... Oh, that's perfect. Hold on, that's perfect. Witch of the White Forest. Dark Paladin. Okay, we win from here. Gamma. Okay, from here... I don't really have any good synchros. This is the thing. Need Devils of the White Forest. Well. Ooh. Hang on. I see the line. Tribute for Talons. Summon Transcendosaurus. Then I just go... I can just go Diabells, send the Awakening to summon herself. Diabells, I can realistically just send anything. In this case, I'll send a Slumber. Okay. Transcendosaurus into you. Alright. There is a chance we can do something. I'll go for Slumber. I won't do the other one quite yet. Okay. Send one from your hand to the graveyard. They don't have any materials for it. That face down better be the best thing in existence. Okay. Which one is this? One of your banished stars and also summon it. Okay. I can just go... I think I just have game. Okay. GG. Oh. Need to actually finish the game before I can do anything with that. I forgot to update the packs list, so that brings us up to 20. Wow, okay. Actually, managing to pull through is quite nice. Alright. First and foremost, 5 of your finest legacy packs. Ooh, okay. There's potential in this. So, okay, that was Top Runner. No. Not that usable. That's barely even usable in the deck it's meant to be. Ninjutsu Art of Decoy. Not be destroyed by battle. I don't have any ninjas, so that doesn't really matter. Stegosaur, Goblin King, it's funny, it doesn't do anything. It just sits there. Great Poseidon Beetle. If I have insects, that becomes better, and then Venus is just an extra Constellar, basically for XZ Slop. I don't know what my Constellar pills actually look like. Beeless Soldier. That does nothing. And Faithbird. A 1500 attack normal summon, I guess. Right, and now... one of the fruits of the sinful spoil. Earthbound Whirlwind, Super Heavy Samurai Thief, Monster Express, Mirage, House of Wax, Azamina. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. That's actually insane. It's a way to recycle stuff. It's a way to get stuff back from the graveyard to use it again. And Monster Rebone, this turn. Target a monster, opponent's graveyard, special limit to your set of field, and defense fishing. This card will use the field, banish the monster on that. You'll destroy this card. Basically... okay. But I'm immediately putting that in the deck. Who do I replace? I think Thanatos probably has the least utility here. Do I have any level? I don't really think I have any level 8 synchros that I can use. Or that are usable. Legal. No. The only one that is legal, I think, is Clearwing and Wind and Diamond Bell, which needs wind monsters. I don't have Scarlet in my normal Masochist deck, do I? I mean, if it's not, it would be not included. It is not. Okay. So I don't really have any level 8s. The most I can really do is, I guess, also hope I get Talons of Shirlane. But I need more... wait, hold on. Do I have ways of summoning? I have... you. Simple was turn. Hand or field, then special summon. Wait. It's not this one, is it? It's you. Shuffle one Sentinel Spells from my graveyard and or banishment. I think that will work better than Struggle. That's a better target than Struggle, for sure. Okay. We are slowly but surely building a Masochist deck of only illusions. Oh, is the music still too loud? I just realized I turned the volume up during the food break. I didn't really turn it back down. Okay. That's the problem with the driver. Oh no. Okay. I have Book of Moon. I have Book and Moon and Battle Fader, and that's basically it. At least it's a Fiend monster. Is this Illusion and Fiend? It's Illusion and Fiend, so as long as Card Guard actually stays on the field... Well, I need to draw an Illusion monster for that. I guess this is also a... I need a Dark Illusion for this, right? Yeah. It's Blue Eyes. Right? It's Mausoleum, sending Jet Dragon. Do I have a way of dealing with Jet Dragon? I think realistically it's just the Sinful Spoils. They have wishes? Do they have any way of getting Maiden? I mean, I might just have my answer by that set card. Finishing the statue. Okay. Go for the blue eyes first. Spirit of Mios. Gets to add a polymerization from deck to hand. Okay. No. I don't need to do that. Oh, that's still not enough. Okay. Ghost Worm? Fine. Banish the card bar. Banish the card guard? Sure. Feed it into the Magnamut. No, I don't really have anything. I needed an illusion monster. Just having one brick in my hand just really makes this difficult. At the very least, if I die... Well, I'm not quite dead yet. I got to go Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Go from Maiden. Maiden, summon. Blue Eyes. Maiden, summon it itself. Place a True Light. Set a spell or trap. That's mentions Blue Eyes. So Bingo Machine go. They still have one normal summon. Get 3 wishes. But it doesn't matter. Get Sage for Valor. Even though it doesn't really matter. So, they can try going full combo. I mean, okay, they're going to go full combo. Because that's what they're not used to doing. Keep in mind, they really just don't need to. Summon a Blue Eyes in defense. I guess they go... for Tyrant. But even this is already just kind of enough to clear the board and win. They need to crash the Druisworm first. They are not crashing the Jerusalem first. They're not crashing the Jerusalem first. Are they going to... Okay, here's the hoping. Wow, that does nothing. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Hold on. What? Would be summoned or monster effect is active. Oh. Okay. If this gives me... Are you... So they're gonna realize that the Ultimate Spirit Dragon doesn't really do what they want it to do. I'm gonna go for the Santa Claus, but it doesn't really matter. They set one. They set Majesty. I mean, they win anyway. Because even with the Clockwork Knight debuff, they just go up the Spirit of Neos, pop the other card, they just win. I mean, the fact that I even gave them this much trouble in the first place, granted part of it is just them not reading the card, is a sight to behold. Yeah, unless they, for whatever reason, decide to surrender. Go ahead and chalk that up as another loss. Still fusing. Yeah, but yeah, the Jerusalem is all you had to do to get rid of the Spirit of Neos. That and Majesty. Yep, GG. How are you? Are you trying to go for game with Blue Eyes White Dragon? In which case, that's fair. No? Okay. Another loss for the record book. Let's keep going, though. Let's see. Come on. Give us something good now. Branded lost. I'm surprised this is so far down. I shouldn't be. I know that lower ranks are just places for alt accounts to test decks on people who can't fight back, basically. I know I cannot respond to... So... Okay, so it doesn't matter. Opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned. So the specific word of that means I cannot activate, in this case, Paleo, in order to get rid of the Albaz, or the Albion. They dumped something to grave, I know it. They're going to dump something to grave. In a way that makes Sanctifier bad. Red and white. They have room for one more. Need to use... It's any fusion monster, really. And they need to put it in the extra monster, though. Unless I use stuff from here. In which case it's Dragostapelia. So I cannot target this. I would need to target Dragostapelia. Azamina. I kind of wish a lot of the, like, Queen Azamina cards had, like, that bonus effect where they couldn't be destroyed by battle, but they also can destroy by battle. But also, I get it. Like, if anything, Queen Azamina's effect is actually kind of anti-illusion. That one. Okay. Branded Retribution. Nope, just another branded fusion. Do I have a way of dealing with this? Not really. Like, the easiest way of dealing with it is just Fusion Monster. I don't really have that. I think I'll just make it quick by surrendering. I don't think there's really any out to a monster that cannot be targeted. I already adjusted the win ratio, so that's fine. Get. Let's go ahead and treat Parlor real quick. Apparently they were really hungry. How many times am I gonna get Derogatory Driver? I mean, Derogatory's fine. It's Driver that's the problem. Come on. Armageddon or Kagamucha Knight. Wow. Oh, it's bot. I say okay. It makes sense. Okay. Well, it is time for Derogatory. Phase. Lane. Bounce the Derogatory. Any normal summon does it. I mean, that's not a normal summon, but it does it. That's for sure. Send the Slumber. But its effects are negated to the end phase. Okay. I mean, they have to have a target in order to use it. Okay, hold on. They're actually. Hold on. They're actually playing Infernoid, kind of. I get the White Witch. Does this even work? I mean, its effects are negated, so I'm assuming it doesn't. It just fizzles. Like, that's how most cards that are negated on the field and resolve that way work. Yeah. I get, like, the Diabell. This should just be enough. Yeah, this is just enough. GG. Can't really say it's a GG, but it's a GG. Because you are... Let's actually look at the rest of the deck, actually. What else were you playing? Or like... This is a pile of cards. What is this even meant to do? This feels like a Masochist deck that went into the Infernoid pack and just, I guess, pulled whatever Infernoid cards they had, threw it into the deck, and went into ranked. It might have honestly been enough, but it more than likely is just a bot. It's just a bot to farm gems. Because it doesn't matter how many times you fail at a duel. As long as you duel, you get gems. They're very meaningless gems. E-Mace and Needle Ball. Oh, we get a yellow pack. Does it come with a super rare? Whirlwind, Prodigy, and Rare Fish. No. This is also a yellow pack. Do we get a super rare? Hieroglyph? No. Card in the pack. This is... That is next to worthless. But, okay. One more of your Sinful Spoils packs, please. At some point, I might want to consider a cutoff for, Guardian Trains, Fantastic Vile Dragon, Azamina, Wax. Oh, the Trap Trick Garden. That, sure does something. Okay. How many more duels do I want to do? Oh, I can update the pack list. I can do a few more. I can stand to do a few more. I did quite a bit of a Duelist Cup earlier, so I don't mind kind of slowing down with Masochist for a little bit, but you can only do so much. Because, well, there are a lot of new people who play, like, this hand is a hand. This is a hand of all time. Okay. Battle of the sets, who's gonna win? Just Tornado. Hold on. Wait, please. Stop choosing. Okay, they set the bluff. They hit the bluff. Okay, we're good. Okay. Again, Spirit of Neos. You. Type. Can't say anything. How do I actually out this? I mean, I know how I want to out this. I need a simple spoils card. Right on time. Okay. To the back row with you. Uses 800. Fine. I'm not moving from defense position. That's fine by me. I guess ideally, I would have wanted to wait until I drew a Fiend card. I mean, it doesn't matter. I get the... And at any point, if I draw a Fiend card... That's fine. That gets Dark Magician Girl. Magic Karibo. Do you have a card that outs this? And obviously, I would go for the Magic Karibo. Okay, any Fiend. Any Fiend. That's a Fiend. That theoretically does something. Send that target to the graveyard. So we'll send... Special summons a Magician Girl. I'm gonna Divine Wrath this. There's no real point not to. in the event that they have the Mirror Force, I am... Okay. Yeah, it is for the best that I keep the Neos in defense position. Their hand is Dark Magician. They have 2 unknown back row. Soul and Risterion. That gets the sinful spoils of subversion. Okay. Ooh, Magician Circle. Okay. Oh, that hurts, actually. Okay, granted, they need... Please don't get it off the top. Please don't get it off the top. Please don't get anything off the top. Be like every single Dark Magician player and miss. You got Eternal Soul? Okay, granted, they need a Dark Magician. Their only Dark Magician really is Dark Magician of Dark Illusions. They got Eternal Soul and Dark Magician Girl in the background. Unless they have something in the back row. Which, they didn't have anything on attack declaration, so they might not. Laura. Do I have game if I do it like this? Return the face-up monster from hand or extra deck. Special summon an illusion or spellcaster from graveyard. Banishment. So... I don't think I quite... What did they do? They added Dark Magic attack. So I'm assuming they have nothing. Return the soul to summon the talons of Shirlane, and from here, victory is assured. Well played, Moon. You sniped the wrong back row. Sometimes it's a mind game where the middle column is the right play, sometimes it's just not. Alright, that is another pack, another win to the ratio. Oh, I need... Legacy packs, I need just 2. Give me something good. Grave Lure. From the top card of your opponent's deck face up, then your opponent shuffles their deck. When your opponent draws the face up card, immediately send it to the graveyard. That is next to worthless. Plasma Ball. This card can't attack. That is also just completely worthless. Cyber Ogre and Energy Bravery. Log. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. That's Gemini support. That is also next to worthless. Alright, come on. Please be generous. Power Metal Pose, Mimical Room, Soul Claw, Skilled Blue Magician, Guy of the Fierce Knight. Don't think I have that. That's funny. Jungler. Ooh, okay. Hold on. That actually does something. That actually does something. Maiden of Millennium Moon. Discards and places cards. Continuous spell. Opponent activates a card or effect while you special summon this card's continuous spell. Special summon this card. For the rest of the turn, your opponent category level 5 or higher illusion monsters control with card effects. Okay. Both of those are fine. I'm glad I'm finally getting other cards other than... Because, like, how many times have I gotten Jungler and Emissary of House of Wax? Although Emissary of House of Wax is actually very good. But in all honesty, I could use, like, a Maiden of Millennium Moon. For literally anything. Ideally, if we get to the point, I would ideally like something like Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. Like, as a actual thing for... As an actual White Fusion summon. Azamina Debtors is also fine, but it's not really great. I do have Azamina Debtors, actually. Wait a second. There's this card from me. Okay. It's fine. I do need other Sinful Spoils, though, for it, though. A lot more Sinful Spoils. And for that, it's not the best. I also need... Ideally, I would like Mu Resilago. I don't really have the stuff to make Saint Azamina effectively. I mean, theoretically, I could go... I could do Mud Dragon or something. Do I have Mud Dragon? I don't know if Mud Dragon is legal for me or not. I think... Okay. Ideally... I might want to actively fine-tune it, because I also kind of want to dive into, at least a little bit, into this pack a little bit. Which also has... It has a lot of, like, just plain bad stuff. It doesn't really have... It has... Oh, wait, hold on. That's for Killer? Huh. And that's Silvera. Okay, I definitely need to dive into the Diabolstar lore at some point. Because ideally, there are a lot of things that I just didn't really get from this. Ideally, I would like a Dialga Star of the Black Witch Altard for the sake of the series. I would like a Silvera or Rikella or a Poplar of the White Forest. It would be funny if I could get it. I'm not gonna cry about it. And then, like, Azamina is funny. I don't think I can get it. At some point, though, I might honestly just fully dive into that pack. Like, for Masochist. Either that or I'll alternate. I'll need to fully decide what I want to do. I think we've been going for at least 9 hours. Technically. The stream earlier. I think it's about time I can wrap it up. It was long. Do we want to head on over to Gummy? I might on my own time. I just need to get some. Ow! I don't know if you heard that pop in my back, but ow. I think I just need to get some rest. That will be, I think, enough from me for today. Thank you everyone who decided to stop by. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care.